Fox Sports.
We are La Force. We are Florida.
First half ends today in San Francisco for the Miami Marlins and the San Francisco Giants. Weekend series, and it's been a fun stay for the Marlins so far. Winners on Friday night, winners on Saturday night, a chance to sweep on another gorgeous day in San Francisco. That's right, photo opportunity right now. Hi, everybody. Rich Waltz along with Todd Hollinsworth. Great chance for the Marlins here to finish the first half with a nice run, sweep the series against the Giants.
Yeah, they're playing really good baseball right now. The offense is rolling. They're scoring about 6.5 runs a ball game right now on this trip. Outstanding things going on. You'd love to finish this off with a sweep of the Giants, and I think it's ripe for the picking today. You get that sweep against a team that's struggling right now in the Giants.
Yeah, Marlins have won 5 of 7. Not only are they winning, but they're giving everybody a preview of the Home Run Derby, which of course is tomorrow night at Marlins Park.
Giancarlo Stanton, he's had a fantastic role. He hit a home run the other night, going the other way. He's got good numbers against Johnny Cueto today, a couple home runs against him. So maybe we should see him, or maybe even expect some good things from him today. Let's see those Cueto numbers. They're outstanding.
Yeah, Stanton against Cueto.
There they are. 2 home runs. Yeah, very good. 6 for 16. Good numbers, but again, the approach has been outstanding. He's been going the other way, and I think you're going to see an awful lot of that today. Cueto has had issues with the long ball here in the first half.
Stanton not the only participant. Justin Bour, his home run even more impressive than Stanton's.
Well, last night, boy, oh boy, 436 to left center field. Always good to see against Jeff Samardzija. Great swing, no doubter. Aaron Span knew that ball was gone off the bat. So good things going on with this Marlins lineup. The power has been there. The speed has been there. D. Gordon's been great. They've been scoring tons of runs. And guess what? When Urane is on the mound, good things have been happening.
All right, we'll get that pitching matchup set. First pitch, lineups, all of that is coming up as the Marlins go for the sweep to finish the first half in San Francisco. Miami and the Giants moments away. Fox Sports Florida is brought to you by Jeep. By your local Toyota dealers. Let's go places. And by Southwest Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. Marlins and Giants, you don't want to end up there. The Rock. Alcatraz. AT Park, gorgeous afternoon. Johnny Cueto is finishing his warm-up tosses, and Miami's lineup is waiting for him. Southwest brings it to you. D. Gordon's had a terrific series and a really nice run. Giancarlo Stanton, 2 doubles and a homer here in San Francisco. Christian Yelich, 4 for 8 in this series. Marcell Ozuna knocked in 2 last night. Justin Bour, that opposite field home run. Martin Prado. JT Realmuto, 5 for 8 with a homer in this series. JT Riddle, 3 hits in his 2 games here, and Jose Urena will hit 9th.
All right, there's Johnny Cueto. We'll take the final start for the Giants here at the end of the first half, or well, the All-Star break, as we'll say. 5'11", 220 pounds, 31 years old, man of a million deliveries. Giving you the Auto Nation scouting report. You see it. That's what he does. He's going to give you a little tee-on, little quick pitch, little slide step. Even throw in a shimmy shake and a double pump. He throws it all out there. He changes his game, but you got to really focus in on that release point if you're a Marlins hitter today. Don't buy into what he's showing you with his body. Number 2, time for a change. It's the one pitch he's really, it's kind of his X factor. Gets the most swing and misses, but it's the pitch that gets hit the hardest. He's given up 9 home runs on that pitch. And, oh, by the way, history favors the fish. 9 starts, 4.64 ERA.
There's your quick pitch, the first quick pitch of the day. You'll get that as well. Cueto misses in. His ERA north of 4, which is a lot higher than last year when it was south of 3. He had a 2.79 ERA last year and was 18-5 and finished what he started a lot, 5 complete games.
No, it is. I mean, you look at the numbers, and it's classically, I think the Giants rotation is an example of what's going on around baseball. You know, the batting average on balls in play, yeah, it's up a little bit, but the slugging percentage is through the roof, and it's just the case, as I said, with his changeup. It's amazing. Still getting the swing and misses with his changeup. 2-1 better than any of his other pitches, but he's given up 9 home runs on that pitch.
Gordon, terrific road trip. 5 hits in this series. Cueto and Nick Hundley not on the same page. And of course, Hundley getting his first start of the series. Buster Posey has the day off. Posey will be headed to Miami to start the All-Star game. A liner to Crawford. Gordon hits it hard. The Giants have their first out, and here's the defense for the Giants behind Cueto.
Well, they definitely need a win today to avoid the sweep. Hernandez gets the start in left field. Span, Hunter Pence over in right field. Wong, Crawford, Panic, and Belt. Nick Hundley behind the plate for Johnny Cueto.
Here's Giancarlo now. And that pitch misses in. Tom Hallion calling balls and strikes. Good guy to finish the first half with. Phil Cuzzi, Vic Carapazza, and Mark Ripperger are your umpires on this gorgeous Sunday in the San Francisco Bay Area. Stanton, 3 hits in the series, but they've all been loud and impactful. Doubled and homered on Friday, doubled yesterday. And Cueto, who's given up 18 home runs this year, and is behind in count 3-0. He's part pitcher, he's part artist. There's his quick pitch. Varies delivery, varies tempo.
But the arm slot doesn't change, and that's the key for the Marlins hitters today.
Arm slot and the dreads don't change.
Well, the dreads have been there for years. Carlos Stanton takes his walk. Yeah, that's just it. And as a hitter, you can't get caught up in watching everything as I described in the Auto Nation scouting report. You can't look at all that stuff or it's going to throw you off. You got to really concentrate on the arm slot. When you get in the box, be ready to hit. You look up, he may quick pitch you.
Yelich, a nice road trip, 324, dozen hits, 3 doubles, a homer. And he's ahead in the count now, 1-0. It's Cueto walking Stanton. Cueto also fell behind Gordon. And he throws the changeup and misses. Now, Cueto hasn't started in 8 days. He had 8 days rest, ear infection, knocked him out a turn. Bruce Bochy is hopeful that he can snap back to his 2016 form.
Well, he took Matt Cain's start here in this series. Just wanted to get Johnny one more start here in the first half. Matt Cain doesn't have very good numbers either.
Yelich gets a strike, not a fastball. A little side-armed slurve. There's Cain. The Giants' rotation has been a shadow of themselves. You saw Bumgarner in there. He's on the DL. Yelich had that one ride right in on his hands. Another breaking ball. Bumgarner is slated to make another rehab appearance in Single A, and it's not gone well for him. Not necessarily health, but just results. He's been knocked around in the minor leagues as he's been rehabbing.
Some of these minor leaguers are making career moments for themselves against him. I believe it was a start or two ago. He took him deep twice.
Cueto comes in and strikes out Yelich. And therein lies the danger with Cueto. He's not throwing hard, but he'd get you off balance and then come in and strike you out.
Well, there's nothing. I mean, I talk about patterns all the time. Johnny Cueto is a great example of somebody who doesn't give you patterns because he's constantly changing what he does, and that's just it. I mean, his arsenal is this. It's two-seam fastball, four-seam fastball, and a cutter. So you have 3 variables on the fastball. He throws a slider and a changeup. I mean, there's nothing else that goes around with it other than the fact he changes the presentation repeatedly. The slider and the cutter will look different because there's some velocity. He'll throw a two-seam fastball under your hands. He'll throw it away. And at the same time, he'll quick pitch you, slide step you. As I said, shimmy shake you a couple times today. I'm sure we'll see that. He'll break it out.
Ozuna out to center. Span is there, and he makes the catch. Miami leaves a runner. This ball game's underway in the bright sunshine in San Francisco. Giants underway. Jose Urena finishing up his warm-up tosses. Here's the Giants lineup from Bruce Bochy. Southwest brings it to you. Denard Span is in the leadoff spot. Joe Panik is at second base. Hunter Pence back in right field, back hitting third. Brandon Belt slides up to fourth with no Posey. Brandon Crawford advances up to fifth in the order. Jae Gyung Hwang is at third base. Nick Hundley does the catching. There's a Gorky Hernandez start in left field, and Johnny Cueto will hit ninth. And here's Urena, one of the really nice stories of the first half for Miami, a guy that the Marlins were trying to figure out whether they were going to keep in spring training. He was out of options, guy that's been a spot starter, a bullpen guy, but he's found a home in the rotation.
Yeah, let's move on from the word surprise, and I think that's it. He's really been getting it done. He's making his 13th start now. You see the 7-3 record, 3.4 ERA. Outstanding stuff. Last start at St. Louis. 5 innings, 3 hits, couple earned runs. Did strike out 7. Fastball, slider, changeup. That slider, changeup combination gets a lot of swing and misses at both of those pitches lately.
Denard Span takes a fastball for a strike. 96 on the fastball. Joe Panic, Hunter Pence will follow. Giants in an offensive funk right now with a lot of their hitters. Kind of an odd ride for the Giants the last 2 weeks. They had won 6 straight, and then all of a sudden they've dropped 4 of their last 5. While Miami, all of a sudden, has won 5 of their last 7.
Well, if offense is a spigot, somebody turned it off on the Giants. Their offense is reeling right now. A couple hot hitters in there today, but it's top to bottom in the lineup. Struggles everywhere you look.
Ball in the air. Ozuna fighting some sun. Got the glasses on and makes the catch. Miami defensively.
And here they are trying to pick up a sweep of the Giants. Ozuna, Yelich, and Stanton in the outfield many times. Prado, Riddle, D. Gordon, Justin Bour, JT Realmuto, and Urania on the mound. Don Mattingly sending the boys out there trying to finish this thing off.
Many ways to measure defense in this game as Joe Panic arrives at the plate. You can go defensive efficiency and such. If it's just plain errors you're looking at, the Marlins have committed the 2nd fewest errors in all the National League in the first half. Colorado, actually, now the Marlins, after last night, the Marlins have committed the fewest at 40. They are 2nd in fielding percentage behind Colorado. And the Giants are a very good defensive team as well as they were last year.
Well, and I think for the Marlins, we could probably attribute half of that to a 3-week stretch in May.
Yeah,
outstanding. I mean, early on they were outstanding. We were raving about them, and then it was about a 2-3 week stretch where the losses started piling up, and the pitching was struggling, the offense, everything was going wrong. Errors were there, the defense was having breakdowns, but since they have been just absolutely stellar.
Yeah, just 40 errors in 86 games. Panic with the count 3-1. Now Panic's one of the few Giants that is hot right now. And he sends that one to left. So Ozuna racing towards the corner, and he runs it down. 2 outs here in the first. That brings up Hunter Pence.
Well, what we've seen throughout this series from so many of the hitters, and maybe Dan Straley triggered this, balls in the air. Well, for a team that doesn't possess a tremendous amount of power or power hitters, balls in the air are a no-no. We've already seen 2 today.
So are balls in the hair. You don't want.
Yeah, well, you don't want ball.
You don't want off your helmet. You don't want anywhere. Speaking of hair, there's a shot on a 1-hop. D. Gordon on to first. I have a great story about a post-game celebration when we return. Debut last night. He's overcome so much in the minor leagues, and he was outstanding. 5 1/3, 5 hits, 3 runs. He actually pitched better than his line. It was our first look at him, Todd, and I know you were impressed.
Yeah, changed speeds, stayed with the game plan. 24 hours this all happened for him. He was able to put it together, go up against the big league ball club and make pitches, and that's it's not always the easiest thing to do, whether they're struggling or not. Stepped up out on the mound and made it happen. It was good to see. Got through some nerves there in that first inning, but settled in and got all the way into the 6th. Well done.
Here's Justin Bour, and one of the cool things about this is that Justin Bour was his college teammate at George Mason, and Bour's best friend is O'Grady's older brother TJ, who was here for the game last night. And swing and a miss at a fastball, and it's 1-2. The whole family was here to watch the start. Bour said he was just thrilled to see his former teammate here in the big leagues and then pitch the way he did and win the ball game. Now, we interviewed him after the game on Marlins Live, and we both knew that something was waiting for him in the clubhouse. And of course, it involves a laundry cart, honey, ketchup, and beer. Here's the 1-2. Justin Bour cracks one right center field and deep. Back goes Pence in the corner, 420 feet from home plate. It lands, and Bour's got himself the longest double you can get in Major League Baseball to right center field.
I'm sorry for laughing, Rich. I apologize. But that's Triple's alley right there, and Justin Bour wanted no part of Triple's alley. Well, in that he was not going to try for a triple. There was just nothing about it. I kept thinking, man, we're going to see the big guy go. Here we go. No, not happening.
His teammates are all over him right now.
Yes, they should be.
D. Gorno's on the top step. I'm sure D is saying that's Triple's alley, not Double's alley.
As I just said, right?
You need to be on third base.
He short hopped the 421 sign out there. You gotta be kidding me.
All right, here's Prado now, so a double for Bour. So laundry cart. O'Grady gets in the laundry cart. Here's a look at it.
Slider.
He wasn't conceding anything. He was actually running.
Oh, he was, but about halfway around first base, you saw him pull up on the reins. And Hunter Pence, again, you know, one hop off the wall, nicely done. But still, I mean, you go out there, you're running out. I mean, took Hunter Pence a good 3-4 seconds to get out there.
Prado with a count, 1 ball, 1 strike. Bour's at second. Giants outfield playing Prado to right center. Martin 1 for 8 in this series. O'Grady in the laundry cart said he was expecting shaving cream, maybe some beer, but was genuinely surprised to find that his celebratory shampoo involved honey.
Well,
and then he said at one point he tasted ketchup.
The goal, I mean,
it's a foul ball.
What a good team is looking to do in that situation is make sure that it's a memorable moment, one that you will never forget. Well, odds are after that bath, he's still going home with the smell of honey in his hair. He's, you know, he's still probably got the taste of ketchup this morning on his body somewhere. But that's the point. You're supposed to remember it. It's not supposed to be something that you, you know, rinse off and it's all over.
Tim Healy in the Sun Sentinel had a really nice article on the game and that post-game celebration. Prado now runs the count to 3-2. This is where Cueto makes his money, and that is with runners in scoring position. He is one of the best in the game. His opponents are 1 for their last 28 with runners in scoring position.
158 on the season when he's in the stretch.
Bour's at second. Prado takes strike 3 call. Tom Hallion rings him up.
Goes to the slider inside.
Oh, bad call.
Yeah, I thought it was in off the plate. I didn't think it got back to the inside corner. Tom Hallion thought it did. Martin Prado disagrees, and I don't blame him.
Well in on Fox Tracks. And so Cueto gets a call, and Real Muto digs in. That's phenomenal, though. All of a sudden, when things get tight, Cueto is at his best. 2 for the last 43 if you want to go even further. Runners in scoring position. Real Muto, 5 hits in this series and a line drive at Crawford.
Well, I quit my pursuit of knowledge on that one after I saw 158 with runners in scoring position. I don't think I needed to. Wow. I mean, that's just dominating hitters. Good swing of the bat by JT Realmuto right there.
Here's Riddle, who's not going to see a pitch. He's going to wander down to first base. And Cueto's going to go after Jose Urena, who just arrived on deck. Still doesn't have a batting glove on. And is headed to the plate. Look, Cueto doesn't have overpowering speed. Some would say his velocity is right in a pitcher's wheelhouse, but as you pointed out, there's no telling from what angle and what spin and what the baseball is going to do.
Well, if you think that he's going to just throw it down the middle of the plate for Urena to hit, we're all kidding ourselves. You're going to see that right there, which is going to be sliders and changeups, and if he does throw him a fastball, it'll probably be elevated up out of the zone.
Just 1 for 21. Bunts. He's got good speed. Hundley's throw is in time. Miami strands Bohr after a leadoff double. Scoreless game. Middle of all the all-star stuff, scoreless here in San Francisco. Marlins and Giants. And you heard Jessica talk about the home run derby. And Giancarlo Stanton, Justin Bohr, the T-Mobile Home Run Derby. That's tomorrow night, and that's on ESPN. And then, of course, the All-Star Game, the 88th Major League Baseball All-Star Game, is presented by MasterCard. And that is Tuesday night on Fox. Coverage begins on Tuesday night at 7:30. Giancarlo Stanton right now in right field. The Marlins have somewhat of an ambitious travel schedule. The schedule, for whatever reason, has them finishing the first half here in San Francisco. And so a cross-country flight after this ball game and an early morning arrival in Miami. Brandon Belt, Brandon Crawford, Jae-Gyun Hwang for the Giants.
Brandon Belt, one of the hottest Giant hitters in the lineup today. 2 for 4 yesterday, a couple of doubles and RBI. He's driven in 16 runs over his last 17 games, hitting over 300.
Yeah, Panic and Belt are pretty much the guys that
everybody else
are clicking right now for San Francisco.
Some pretty heavy struggles going on with the group.
Belt takes a rip, fouls it back to the screen. Lots of baseball games today. A lot of runs today. Houston has a 19-0 lead in Toronto in the bottom of the ninth.
That's it.
That's it. Milwaukee beating the Yankees again right now, 5-3 in the 8th at Yankee Stadium. There's a look. Pittsburgh 14-3 over the Cubs.
Ooh, that was John Lester's start.
Was it 10 runs early in that ball
First
game?
inning. A couple of errors. And slam by Francisco Cervelli. Andrew McCutcheon's gone deep as well.
Really nice to see McCutcheon back where he belongs as one of the game's top players. The numbers that he's put up. Liner into right field. And that's a base hit. Stanton over to get it. Belt around first. And he's in there with a double. Brandon Belt has 3 doubles in this series. 19 now on the season.
And this ballpark can produce doubles if you can get them down the lines, especially when the outfielders are pinching the gaps. With this pitch is elevation. It's up. A two-seamer out over the plate. Rips it to right. Stanton, nice job getting over and cutting off. Good one-hop throw into second, but Belt hustling all the way. No surprise there after what happened the other night on that bloop double.
Crawford swings and misses. Speaking of doubles, nice present for JT Riddle today, and that was a double on the scoring change from the St. Louis game. It was ruled an error. He gets a double.
We stated our case pretty well in that situation there. I'm pretty shocked that that was an error.
It's a nice day when you wake up, you haven't even stepped in the box.
Not only do you get a hit, you get an extra base hit.
Yep.
If I recall correctly, he probably will pick up an additional RBI as well.
I think that's a separate form you have to fill out.
To get the RBI back? He only gets the double back. The RBI is still being processed.
That's a different desk. It's like the motor vehicles department.
Right. It's still being processed.
2-1 to Brandon Crawford. The Brandons are up. Belt's at second. Crawford's at the plate. Huang is on deck. And then you've got Nick Hundley for the Giants. Urania has fallen behind 3-1.
Well, as active as we've seen this Giants team in this series, early in counts, swinging the bats. I think Urania was hoping to play off of that today, but what the Giant hitters have done so far is lay off some tough pitches. He's made some decent pitches out over the plate down in the zone, hoping to get swings and misses. He just hasn't gotten those swings and misses yet.
Crawford to right, hits it well. Stanton going back, looking up. It's deep, and it's gone. That is a blast. And the Giants strike first.
Well, the difference a couple days make for Brandon Crawford. 2 days ago, we were talking about him kind of really processing out his swing. Man, oh man, did he jump all over a 3-1 fastball. His best swing of the series right there. The deepest parts of AT Park.
Here is Huang now. And Urania Finds himself in a 2-0 hole in the air and out of play.
Let's take a look at the swing one more time. A little leg kick there and just finishes it. I mean, again, I've seen this from a few Giant hitters throughout the series, you know, kind of looking and kind of trying to feel their way through their swings. Brandon Crawford was doing that 2 nights ago, but not on that swing. There's some conviction behind that.
Realmuto tosses the mask, makes the play. And Rainier has his first out. And the second. Fox Sports Supports is proud to team up with Homes for Our Troops, building mortgage-free, specially adapted homes nationwide for severely injured post 9/11 veterans. Learn more about how Homes for Our Troops is rebuilding lives and visit foxsportsupports.com.
Well, if the sweep is going to happen today, Marlins are going to have to come from behind. This is the first lead the Giants have had in this series.
Nick Hundley to right field. So 3 hits in the inning. And Gorkys Hernandez is coming up. Good game between the Nationals and the Braves. The Nationals have a 7-5 lead going into the bottom of the 8th. It's despite another Freddie Freeman home run. He hit his 16th, a 3-run shot. Nationals 7-5 over Atlanta. Atlanta only won 13-0 in yesterday's ball game. Braves are 2 under 500. Miami 6 under 500. Ahead of the Mets and ahead of the Phillies. Gorkys Hernandez broke his bat.
And after that heavy 2-seam fastball that Urania throws, going to get it in on his hands.
Another sellout, they say, here in San Francisco. It's a good walking ballpark, especially out in right field on Levi's Landing, and out in left in front of the big Coke bottle and the glove.
Well, Rich, this is like a club here. They've got 32,000 season ticket holders.
The Giants have essentially sold out at the start of the season. And
very few tickets on a daily basis that you have to sell in order to get that sellout.
Gorkys Hernandez reaching for it, swings and misses. Now they'll bring up Cueto. Well, it's no surprise. I mean, this long sellout streak that they've got going, it's the longest in the National League. It's behind Atlanta in the American League. Giants have sold out 529, and you can add 25 dates in the postseason. 41,000 and change. 41,915 is the capacity. Giants have an incredible run, starting with that World Series title in 2010. This is right on the bay. In fact, as you walk out of this ballpark and head back towards San Francisco along the water line, you run in by different piers as you go. Gordon has it. Little underhand flip in time, but the Giants strike, and it's Brandon Crawford who hits his 8th, a 2-run shot.
broadcast is presented by the authority of the Miami Marlins. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and the descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Miami Marlins.
Jose Urena and Johnny Cueto dueling here in San Francisco. 2 innings in. Miami's had an opportunity in both innings. Johnny Cueto was able to pitch out of it. Top of the order, second time through. D. Gordon, Giancarlo Stanton, Christian Yelich. And Brandon Crawford, the Giants shortstop, has given San Francisco a lead with a 2-run homer. Gordon lined out to short. He's really seeing the ball well right now. His average just a few ticks under 300.
Well, he's done a very nice job laying off the pitches he doesn't want. Other than that, it's kind of where I was heading with that. He hasn't chased too many pitches on the inside part of the plate, although that wasn't a terrible pitch, but he's looking middle away. That's feeding D. Gordon. He's looked out there when he gets those pitches. He's been on it.
This nice push has moved his on-base percentage up to .345. He's been stealing bases. He's got 31. Reaches out, little emergency swing, pops it into shallow right. Pence charges in and makes the catch. Before the first swing, make your picks for the T-Mobile Home Run Derby Bracket Challenge. And with a little luck, you and 3 friends may win and go to the 2017 World Series. Thanks to T-Mobile. Make your picks at T-Mobile.com/bracket challenge. Stanton pulls one foul. Giancarlo walked back in the first. Cueto 2 strikeouts, 2 walks, though one of those was intentional, and that was unintentional as he hits Giancarlo Stanton. Cueto asks Stanton if he's all right. Stanton nods in agreement. So Stanton's been on twice, and here's Yelich.
Yelich, a couple of hits yesterday, really swinging the bat pretty well on this road trip. Carry some of that momentum into the second half.
Off-speed pitch, and he pulls it foul. I would think as a hitter, especially a lefty hitter, you identify off-speed with Cueto, but by the time you swing at it, the ball's moved in so much it's in on your hands.
Well, you have to be real deliberate, and I think that in my mind, it being a left-handed hitter the way I see Cueto, you really have to concentrate on the middle of the field. We've watched the Marlins do this throughout the first 2 games of the series. Great approach, used a big part of the field, especially with his ballpark plays, but staying through the middle because there's a lot of hits out there. I mean, we've watched, you know, Justin Bour the other night had a 16 hopper through the middle. They were over shifting him but using the big part. Because Cueto throws knees and elbows and quick moves and shimmy shakes and all this other stuff to go along with a really good changeup, a 2-seam fastball and a 4-seam fastball, mixing in a cutter, but he doesn't throw hard enough to really blow you away. It just kind of feeds that idea that if you use the big part of the field, maybe you'll find some better results. If you go up there thinking you're going to pull him, you're only getting yourself in trouble.
That one under the glove of Belt and down into the corner. Stanton racing for third. Pence is in the corner. Stanton will be waved. Giancarlo coming home, and he's in there. Ball pops loose. Yelich on his way to third. Miami has a run, and now Yelich is 90 feet away. Belt tried to backhand it, but that ball was scorched, and it was under his glove before he could get it down.
Well, sometimes as a first baseman, you jump off the bag, you're holding the base runner on, and it's back from where you were. You see it all the way down the line, just as quickly as I said, use the middle of the field. Yelly yanks one down the right field line, picks up the RBI, and all the way over to third base. That throw right there probably should have been caught. Had it all the way, Coach.
Giants infield's going to creep in for this Ozuna at bat. Marcell hit a line drive to center field back in the first. So this is that spot we talked about with Cueto, great with runners in scoring position. And of course he'll test Ozuna's patience here.
Pretty good test. I'm not sure he passed.
Ozuna took his little walk. Let's see if he regroups. Already 15 runs driven in July. They like that. It's July 10th and he's knocked in 15 runs.
Got a shot at 70 right here, right now.
That would be a nice round number for the first half. Major League average right at 50. Giants infield in. Yelich, good speed. Outfield deep for Ozuna and towards right center. That's a liner. That's fair. Into the corner it goes. Ball game's tied. Ozuna has extra bases. Hernandez picks it up. And it's 2-2.
Well, a lot of times it's good to be wrong. Listen to me. Don't use the middle of the field. Use the lines. Why not? Well, you're going to get challenged on the inside part of the plate. Both hitters have been challenged on the inside part of the plate, and both have been up to task. That's really what it comes down to. You don't have to push the ball to center field if you can get your hands through the zone like Marcell Ozuna just did. Check that out. How quick was that swing? RBI number 70 on the season. Back-to-back doubles. We've mentioned it before. Cueto missing a little velocity this year.
Ford takes a rip at a first pitch.
A couple of bolts of lightning.
So there
Yelich
you go.
and Ozuna. Yep.
He and Arenado 70 apiece.
Wish Arenado played for the Marlins.
Liner to center. Span is there. Ozuna tags, and he's going to head to third. Span doesn't have a great arm, and Ozuna arrives safely.
Well done.
So Boers hit it hard twice. Remember, he doubled into that corner at 421. Here's Martin Prado. Two-two ball game. Mets and Cardinals just went final, and St. Louis shuts out the Mets 6-0. And the Mets fall to 39 and 47. They are behind the Marlins in the standings. Atlanta, who was ahead of the Fish, trailing the Nationals 7-5, bottom 8. Another shot at a run here. There are your standings. Ball and a strike. And it's 2-1. Cueto got the first out, but then hit Stanton. Yelich's double under the glove of Belt. Ozuna's double zipped by everybody down that third baseline. Hundley gets down to block it. Now, Todd Hundley, before Cueto came out to warm up in the bullpen, spent about 10 minutes just fielding bad pitching or throws in front of him, just working on his blocking.
Yeah, it was a smart move, especially with Cueto and his arsenal of pitches, but so much action down there.
Prado walks. Good take. Here comes Real Muto, who lined out his first at bat. Real Muto has spent this last week looking like he's trying to prove that he was an all-star snub, and many around the ball club, everyone around this ball club, feels that he was the second best OPS among National League catchers. There are just 2 National League catchers on the all-star team, with Posey the starter and Molina the reserve. Ironically, those are the 2 catchers he's faced here in this last 2 cities on this road trip. And there's the trip, well over 400. He homered here in the first game of the series on Friday night.
Well, I don't want to sound like that guy, but he's outperformed the both of them in these 2 series as well.
Chopper towards third. Huang backs up and gets the out. Miami gets even though with 2 runs in the third. What is hip? Well, this is hip. Wait till you see this shirt. Bohr's Grand Slam Donuts. That's the giveaway. Dodgers and Marlins for $7,000 get one of those shirts, courtesy of our friends at Ford. Marlins.com for tickets and Marlins.com/promotions for information and tickets. Justin Bohr has a double in this ball game. And tomorrow night, he is matched up against Aaron Judge. Home run derby. No doubt Giancarlo Stanton has some advice for him, but remember, Bohr's had success in those type of events in the minor leagues coming up. Span takes fastball for a strike.
I think you and I possess knowledge. Well, you made some good points. I mean, we've been watching, batting practice and the Marlins play at home, obviously all season long. Fly ball to Christian Yelich.
Yelich is there.
I thought your point you made to me this morning about the windows and right field hitters at the ballpark was, you said it brilliant.
All right, here are the brackets. Stanton against Gary Sanchez. Same side of the bracket. Moustakas and Sano. And then there's Bohr against Aaron Judge. Look, Judge is a huge favorite. Everybody wants to see him and Stanton in the finals. Bellinger and Blackman. Look out for Cody Bellinger on that side of the bracket.
Well, you got the 2 lefties. So what I was hoping was that you would make your point that you made to me a little bit earlier this morning and put it in your words as opposed to mine.
All right, well, I'll add it to the factors that if you're looking for a dark horse to win the competition, I think Justin Bohr is a guy that you can look for. And here are my reasonings. That's a pop-up. Riddle's going to take it, and he makes the catch. Number one, Bohr has a short, compact swing, very uncomplicated.
Right.
Doesn't put a lot of effort into it, so it's not as taxing. I think he gets less fatigued than many guys that are in this competition. He also has been in a spot like this before in the minor leagues and had some success. Now, if the windows are open in left and the roof is open, or even if it's roof closed, windows open, generally, and this is not all the time, but in most cases, the right-handed hitters find that the ball gets knocked down in left field, but it doesn't affect so much the balls to right.
Right.
So that could be a factor as well.
It also creates, I've watched it. I've watched the batting practice with the windows open. It creates a little bit of a jet stream almost out to, say, right or right center. So it might even be a little bit of an advantage there. I wonder. I'm not sure exactly how, roof closed, windows closed, roof open, window, how that's all going to go down.
And my guess is that all of that will be dependent on the weather.
Right. It usually is.
The chance of rain, thunderstorms and such. Hunter Pence, and heat and humidity as well. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Urania here in the third. That is a shutdown inning. Marlins got 2 to tie it. Urania goes 1, 2, 3 on 9 pitches in the third. 2-2. Wind is kind of trickling out to center and right center field. It's been very, very hot in most of California. In fact, if you go across the bay and over the Oakland Berkeley Hills, it goes from a pleasant 75 degrees up into the upper 90s and in some places into triple digits. But once you get around the bay, the temperatures drop, and that makes it very, very nice for this Sunday of baseball. JT Riddle, Jose Urania, and D. Gordon against Johnny Cueto in the fourth. Riddle was intentionally walked. The double that Riddle received today from Major League Baseball won't be reflected in his statistics until tomorrow. I wonder if that affects like fantasy leagues who had a guy like Riddle and that's a significant hit, an RBI double.
Yes, I think it does.
So can you retroactively go back and add those points?
How do you not? You have to.
It's true.
Yeah, of course. I do believe, my understanding is that there is a period of time, that there's a window. I believe it's a week. that you have, if there's a scoring change or something that's being disputed, that it will be settled within a week. It's not something where, you know, a month from now or 2 months from now things can get changed. It's a bit of a clock.
That was from Wednesday's game, according to my scorebook. Again, an RBI and a double.
He did pick up an extra RBI, didn't he?
He got one RBI in the original scoring play.
Right, but
two runs scored.
But I think he gets the other RBI now because it's a double. If I remembered it correctly, he glanced off the glove.
Roller over the bag. Crawford. Nice play. Very quick hands for Crawford and a very strong arm. Our next telecast is Friday. South Florida Honda dealers, get you ready for Dodgers Marlins. Don Mattingly will chat. I'm sure it'll be a second half preview after the All-Star game. The second half starts in Miami. Jose Urena, left center field. My goodness, Hernandez giving chase, and it's caught there by Span. That may be the farthest ball Urena's ever hit. He's looking back. He's not sure if it was caught. He thinks it might be. He's gonna trot around the bases just in case.
He wants to touch home so bad, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He goes right by home plate. Didn't touch it. He's getting fist bumps and such.
Wow, that's a great swing of the bat. It really was. That's somebody who's had a whole lot of hits in his career.
That's a look. This
may be the best he's ever hit.
It's a tough ballpark to hit it out, and he put it on the warning track.
Bernard Span made a great play. I mean, I think we were all shocked that he ran that down.
Gordon takes out. Watch this.
Oh, let's watch the swing right there. Good swing of the bat, but look how much he steps. Bernard Span, I bet he went a good 35, 40 yards on that.
Ball and a strike to D. Gordon. Marlins got 2 against Cueto in the 3rd. Gordon trying to bunt.
A nice line. That's the one thing that I noticed from Span. I'm not sure that was necessary, but really good line. That's always the key to a good outfielder. Guy sees ball off bat, has a good idea where it's going to go, and is able to take the most direct line to where it's going to come down, and he did on that ball.
Gordon's pop up into shallow left. Crawford handles that. Cueto answers with a 1-2-3. 2-2. Baseball on Fox Sports Florida is brought to you by Jeep. and by your South Florida Chevy dealer. Saltwater fish tank out beyond left center field here in San Francisco. That's a recent addition to a very cool ballpark. With a good game here. 2-2. Brandon Belt, Brandon Crawford, and Jae Kyung Hwang. Urania with a strike. Now this is the part of the order that produced the 2 runs, and it was all Brandon's. Belt's double, Crawford's homer. Fastball up and in. Belt now with 19 doubles. And he fights that one off and fouls it back. Doubles leader in the National League coming into play today. Nolan Arenado, Daniel Murphy, 28 apiece. Colorado's at home and they're up 7-0. So my guess is Arenado's got a double. That's bottom of the 6th. No double. A walk though. Belt's been on twice. That's the White Sox and the Rockies. And the story there isn't whether Arenado has a double or not. It's can Kyle Freeland bring home a no-hitter? He's got 6 innings worth of a no-hitter. His pitch count is manageable. 76 pitches, 51 strikes.
I'm processing that Brandon Crawford squaring around after hitting one of the farthest home runs I've seen in this ballpark. First pitch.
I think Prado.
He didn't mean it.
I think Martin Prado has already processed that.
Right.
He hasn't budged.
What are you doing? You just hit a ball 440 feet in right center field.
Crawford's 8th homer. And he takes out. We saw it the other night. It kind of looked like he was getting better swings as this series has gone on, and that proved to be true with the home run.
A lot of times what happens, first thing to go is the eyes, and once the eyes go, the numbers start to go with it. It triggers physical adjustments that you try to make. Sometimes you can get lost in tinkering with your swing.
(3-1) pulled. It's 3-2. Crawford, of course, a Bay Area native. Maybe you're familiar with the story. His parents had season tickets for the Giants when they were at Candlestick. He was in one of those iconic fan photos when he was just a kid, when the Giants were threatening to leave San Francisco. Let's see, was it Denver? Was it Tampa Bay? All of the above. Runner goes. A little dribbler up the line that's foul. Crawford grew up in the East Bay and ended up at UCLA. He's a 2-time MVP of the Bruins, making Jeff Conine quite proud. Runner goes again. Crawford in the air again. Yelich shy of the track, makes the catch. That means Belt has to hustle back to first. Jae-Kyun Hwang for the Giants.
Hwang 2 for his last 18. Did have a hit yesterday and a walk.
By the way, the Blue Jays did get on the board, so they were not shut out by the Astros.
It's breaking news.
But Houston won the ball game 19-1 and picked up their 60th win of the season. They had 5 home runs. Correa, Altuve, Gurriel, Gaddis, Prado, Gordon. Tough turn. The throw from Prado behind him, but D handles it nicely. And Hwang bounces into a double play. On to the 5th. Final game, first half, and a tight one here. It's 2-2. If you're in the Miami area, you head down and check out FanFest, especially if you're going down to watch the Home Run Derby or the All-Star Game. A lot more action out there today, Todd Hollinsworth, than we saw on Friday night or even last night.
Warmer temperatures, day game. It is beautiful here in the Bay Area this time of year. It's one part of the country that is cool. 72, what is it, about 72, 74 degrees today? Just absolutely gorgeous everywhere else. Looking this morning, it's scorching hot out west. 122 down in Phoenix, just over the hills here. You were telling me, as my mom told me yesterday, let's see, Mom, 102 out at the house.
Stanton drives it center field and deep. Back goes Span, looking up, and it's gone. Giancarlo, number 25, ready for the Derby. And Miami has a 3-2 lead.
Well, I knew somebody would back me up on using the middle of the field. How about the big guy? Number 25. I think he's ready for Home Run Derby. What a finish to this road trip Giancarlo Stanton has been on. We were talking struggles first 5 games, last 5 games. We've seen this. Right through the ball, right down the barrel.
And right into the trot.
And right into the trot.
Kind of a disconsolate Johnny Cueto. And Yelich at the plate.
Wonder how guilty he feels about hitting him the second time. Of course, there was no intent. That's not what I'm getting at. It's just that sometimes, you know, if that happens, you're thinking, okay, I don't want to go back in there, and you end up making a mistake out over the plate. Stanton ready for it.
Ooh. Loves California. That's been well documented. Hits so well in this state. The performance at Dodger Stadium down in San Diego. Yelich shoots that one just foul. San Francisco. Stanton seems to come alive here in his home state. And of course, that's where he won the Derby last year, here in California, down in San Diego. Yelich smoked a double under the glove of Belt at first. Takes a changeup in the dirt.
By the way, that Stanton home run on a changeup, as we talked about at the beginning of the ball game. Now number 10 for Cueto on the changeup.
4 homers on the road trip for Stanton. Bohr has a couple homers on the road trip. That pitch down low. Ozuna's got 3 homers on the road trip. All right, watch your video. Let's see if our producer John Solster's any better at this game here. You can crush home runs and dominate in your own Derby competitions. The official MLB.com Home Run Derby game on the App Store and Google Play. Swing for the fences. You get to control it. Let's see how he does. Oh!
Oh, it is about time.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
This has been painful for weeks. We've been watching this.
That was up on the concourse. Ozuna pops it up. Yelich holds in that ball, comes back, and Hundley makes the catch. That would have been a fair ball. Yelich was holding first, so the Giants may have still had an out. I can't believe that in this home run derby game, which we've seen our producer dominated as a hitter.
So let me tell you something. You've been embarrassed for weeks at this. I'm impressed with you that you got it right here at the end when it mattered most.
That's
so
right.
you showed up when the right, last chance, the last promotion of you. Well done.
Download Home Run Derby for free today, and you too can be a Major League television producer.
Well,
and
I mean, we've promoted this now for weeks. It finally looks like fun today. I mean, I don't know about you, but I really wasn't interested over the last week or so because every time I watch the hitter, all he does is miss the baseball.
I think he got a call from the company that produced the game and
He
said,
should have got a call.
"Hey, look, here's a shortcut."
That's right.
to
Through the game,
to
right.
get your bat going.
Left, right, up, down, right. Well, a couple of pop-outs now here in the 5th inning. Christian Yelich still over at first base. Martin Prado back up in the box. Walk his last time up, real nice at bat. Laid off a couple of tough changeups.
Yelich back with a dive. Yelich has yet to be caught trying to steal a bag. Eight for 8. Belt is very good catch and tag. He's Rizzo-like at first. Now that's a sweet look, isn't it? A little paddle board with a passenger.
Now that's the way you paddle.
I think the passenger knows how to paddle too, but it's a different stroke.
I think it's a doggy paddle, right?
A 1 to Prado. It's 2-1. Fastball is up. Kyle Freeland is trying to throw a no-hitter for the Rockies. He's in the top of the 7th at home against the White Sox. The White Sox have 2 on in the top of the 7th, and neither reached by a hit because he's walked the first 2 guys he's faced. He walked Jose Abreu, he walked Todd Frazier.
Well, speaking of home, Rich, the Sirius XM Futures game is going on at Marlins Park right now.
I did not. Well, you know what? I did know that.
You did kind of know that?
Yeah, I did.
It is 7-0 the USA over the World Team.
And that's Charles Johnson,
Cliffy,
and Cliff Floyd.
Yeah.
World Team pitching coach is Livan Hernandez. Crawford is out. Look in the sunglasses, he makes the catch. Giancarlo Stanton, a long homer, 25th. It's 3-2 Miami. With a 25th homer by Giancarlo Stanton, have a 3-2 lead. Geico on this date in Marlins history. This was a fun one. Back in 2009, the Marlins were down early, and then the next thing you know, they were up big. 8-hit, 10-run, 8th inning. They were down 7-4 at that point. And I believe they were down 7-0 early in the ball game. So to come back and do that, 2009. Here's Nick Hundley. That was a Marlins team that hit a lot of home runs. And of course, the Marlins are getting to the All-Star break with 3 players who have 20 or more home runs. Justin Bour's got 20, Stanton now 25, Ozuna 23. It's the first time the Marlins have ever had 3 players with 20 or more before the All-Star break. And they're now 68 homers, breaks the most in team history by 3. At this point, Hanley Ramirez, Dan Uggla had 23, and Mike Jacobs had 19. That was in 2008. So it's the first time ever the Marlins have had 3 guys at 20 and above before the All-Star game. Little roller up the line. It takes a left turn, and it exits towards Richmond. And it's foul. Or Marin County. Points north of here.
All right. Infield grass, you see the edges much thicker than a lot of other ballparks around, certainly longer than Marlins Park, and when it falls off the edge, it usually does go foul. Now last night was the oddity. We saw that one ball on the first base line, almost take a right turn.
One of the cool things about this ballpark is that you can look across the bay and see Oakland and see another major league ballpark. And remember, we were in Oakland about a month ago and heard from the Athletics that of the new sites, there are 2 sites that are actually closer this way than the Coliseum site. Stan's going to have to go back and look up. This ball is gone. Nick Hundley ties the game. An unlikely homer. Hundley leads off the 5th with an opposite field shot.
Number 4 on the season for Nick Hundley. We'll talk about this a little bit with Giancarlo Stanton's home run in Game 1. Right-handed hitters going to right field up over the wall. See the pitch. Certainly away. Hundley gets his arms extended. Nice. Nope, no catch.
He trapped it upon further review.
Sure did. Some surprising power to right. Nick Hundley.
Gorkys Hernandez at the plate. Hundley getting the start in place of Buster Posey. Hernandez struck out in the 2nd. And Tom Hallion says strike 2. You got Cueto up next. Bottom 5, 3-3. Giants jumped to 2-0. Marlins answered to tie it. Stanton homer made it 3-2. Hundley homer ties it at 3 apiece. And Kyle Freeland is through 7. Has his no-hitter, but he threw a lot of pitches in that 7th inning. And his pitch total is up at 99 with 6 outs to get in Colorado.
Interesting to see how manager Bud Black chooses to handle that situation, if in fact not able to manage his pitches and maintains the no-no in the 8th.
Urania with the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now in this ball game, Urania sits at 67 pitches. Still looking for his first out of the 5th. And he gets it here. Cueto, a higher total, is at 81 pitches. He is through 5. Coors brings us a cold hard fact. We've been working on this all night and we execute it perfectly. Here we go. Run support starters. Urania 6.41 runs per game. Dan Straley's getting over 6. There's no question the offense is clicking right now, and Coors Light supports that. To right, Stanton there. And he makes the catch. So Urania's got a couple outs, and here comes Denard Span.
Well, since we showed you the Coors Light cold hard fact, since June 13th, Straley and Urania are 6-1. I mean, the Marlins are 8-2 in their starts. Both of them combined have ERAs around 2.3, and I think that's part of it. I mean, you hear this all the time. I've said it a few times, especially with Urania. Throws a lot of strikes, goes at hitters, kind of keeps the defense on its toes. And I think, go back a few months, even sometime, those struggles in May, a lot of pitches, a lot of walks. It's kind of putting people in bad spots. I know that the 2 that have really stepped up, both Straley and Urania, have been outstanding with their command and keeping the walks under control as well.
Span a couple fly ball outs. Bunts. Prado bare hands, and Span's going to beat it. As you pointed out, this is an ultra thick infield, and you dump it out into that spot, and the grass is going to suck it up and hold it.
Yeah, it puts a lot of pressure on your third baseman to really come after it hard. Martin Prado does everything he can to come get this baseball and get it across the diamond. See it right there slowing down. Denard Span already across the first base bag.
Joe Panik is 0 for 2. Span's a threat to run, though not like he was a few years ago. He swiped 4 bags. Two and 0. Yeah, 2 teams at 60 wins. With the All-Star break starting after play today. Dodgers are at 60 and 29 in the middle of their game with Kansas City right now. Riddle makes the catch, and Urena is done with the 5th. Nick Hudley ties it up, though. It's 3-3. It's Dodgers and Marlins. And it starts on Friday night at Marlins Park. Tickets available at marlins.com/tickets. And the Dodgers, well, they won't be able to walk off because they're in Miami, but it seems like every other night at home, the Dodgers are walking off with a win. Here it's 3-3, Marlins and Giants in the 6th.
I believe the Marlins are going to miss Clayton Kershaw. He's making the start today, but will not start. Understanding is in the Marlins series. Is that correct? I believe.
I cannot confirm nor deny.
Hold on, I'm working on it.
That statement. Here's Real Muto. That's why we have Dave Feldman, who is one of the great baseball minds in the Bay Area. Real Muto, sharp ground ball. Huang gets him. And there's one out. Cueto could use, if you're Bruce Bochy and want him to stick around, he could use a quick pitch inning here. Dave Feldman points out, we were talking about 60-win teams. And the Astros scored 19 runs on their way to win number 60. The last time 2 teams had 60 wins at the All-Star break was 1969. And I know the answer to this because I'm looking at the page, but I'll give you some guesses as to who those teams were. 1969. Think about the teams that were rolling in 69. The truck says Yankees. They would be incorrect. Nope, Oakland wasn't hot yet. Oakland would get hot in 71, go to the World Series in 72. Riddle up the middle into center field. That's a base hit. Todd, you want to weigh in on this? Who do you think? 69. 1 American League and 1 National League team. And they both had 60 wins at the All-Star break.
Mets?
No. That would be Craig's guess as well. Here's Ichiro. Nice hand. The Ichi meter has made its way here. And he pinch hits. All right. Baltimore is one of them. And the other is a bit of a surprise. The Cubs. Isn't that the year where the Black Cat ran in front of
I believe you're right.
Ron Santo on the on-deck circle? So the Cubs and the Orioles had 60 at the All-Star break in 69. Ichiro takes a strike. We showed you the highlight of Ichiro in the All-Star game here, the inside the park homer. Fouls that pitch back, and it's 0-2. Ichiro getting the at-bat here. So Harlan Garcia in the bullpen. That means the end of the line for Jose Urena. Cueto trying to finish the 6th. He's at 87 pitches. He's not due up for a while, so Bruce Bochy can probably squeeze another inning out of him. Liner to left. Hernandez is there, and he makes a catch. Well, the whole All-Star week, of course, finishes on Tuesday night at Marlins Park, and it's on Fox, 7:30 for game coverage. It starts on Tuesday night, 7:30. The 88th Major League Baseball All-Star game on Fox.
Well, Rich, let me clarify the Clayton Kershaw remark I made. They haven't put their rotation together yet, but they are leaning that way. I read something on that just the other day. As you had mentioned, the Dodgers a very, very good first half. 60 wins, and
roller out to short. Crawford fires to first.
Keep their ace rested.
3-3 here in San Francisco. Sunny day in San Francisco on a day where Giancarlo Stanton hit his 25th. The Marlins and the Giants are knotted at 3 going into the bottom of the 6th. Rich Waltz along with Todd Hollinsworth. Welcome into the booth here in San Francisco. It's the end of the first half. Obviously the Marlins had that awful stretch where they lost 20 of 25. The ball club since that point has played pretty well. And if they can pull off a win here, they'll get a sweep before the All-Star break.
Well, they won the series, so that's good to see. But think about this for a second. They have a chance to be, and listen, 5 games under, but that means something. Having lived through the May that this team went through, it was one of the toughest months I think they will probably all tell you they lived through. But man, battled all the way back to, I'll just say it, almost contention. They're in a good spot right now, but they're playing great baseball, and that's easily the most important thing. This has been a very, very good road trip through a few tough cities, including Milwaukee, obviously St. Louis, and here in San Francisco. Giants have been playing really good baseball coming in.
Pence knocks one into left field for a hit off of Harlan Garcia. Now the Marlins leaned on their bullpen heavily in last night's ball game. Fish ended up using 5 relievers, and you get a sense that that's kind of the way this game is going to fall. And that's the importance of the Dan Straley start on Friday night. Straley, remember, went 8 1/3. Dustin McGowan got the last 2 outs, and that, I think, freshened everybody up for last night, which means Don Manley probably has the whole group at his disposal in this ballgame.
Completely agree. Not to mention the bullpen has been outstanding on this road trip. Sub-3 ERA. Everybody's been doing their job. He can match up. He can do a lot of different things to really go after this win.
And the pen is having a really nice July. It's the start of the road trip. 2-7-3. Milwaukee is mashing. In fact, Milwaukee beat the Yankees again at Yankee Stadium, and will end the first half with 50 wins, 50-41. McGowan getting ready. Here's Belts with Pence at first. St. Louis beating the Mets 6-0. Cardinals beat the Mets yesterday 4-1. Mets captured game 1 of that series. So the Cardinals beat the Mets in 3. Riddle, sunglasses and glove, and still that was a tricky catch in center field.
Nice job by JT Riddle, shading his eyes, playing the ball off to the side. That's exactly what you want to do as a middle infielder, certainly as an outfielder. If you can get the sun out of it, at least cut it in half. Give yourself an opportunity to wait for that baseball to come out of the sun, secure the catch.
Here's Crawford. Last at bat, we talked about him as a kid in one of the iconic "Don't Leave Giants" photos. He looks pretty forlorn there. They stayed, and he's a Giant.
Do what's right, Mr. White.
And it's a great contrast, too, to where they were at that time at Candlestick. Attendance was low. It was a miserable place, though there are memories and more memories for people that went there to watch the Giants and the 49ers. Miserable place to watch baseball, especially at night. Gordon has it, gets it out. Riddle, turn. Whoa, that was quick. He almost got him.
Wow.
You thought there was no chance because Gordon was sprawled out, had to find the ball, and Riddle was lightning quick and almost got Crawford.
My goodness, let's be honest. Slim chance at 1, nearly turned 2. Watch this. Seen him, D. Gordon, do that quite often. That little knee slide that he does right there, right down to that right knee, and the ability to control his body and spin back around towards second base. Good throw to JT, who, oh yeah, by the way, gets a good throw off. Just barely.
The Bonefish catch and play of the game. And it was Bang Bang, the Bang Bang catch of the game. So great fish, great cocktails, great times. Head to Bonefish Grill. Don Mattingly is out, and Brandon Crawford will exit. Florida Lottery called to the bullpen. Dustin McGowan in. It's a 3-3 game. brought to you by the family of Win for Life scratch-offs from the Florida Lottery, with a top prize of $5,000 a week, every week for the rest of your life. That's Winfinity. It's the longer you live, the more you keep winning. You must be 18 or older to play, and play responsibly. That was a bang-bang read.
That's better. Much more enthusiasm.
Dustin McGowan has had a very nice first half. It's Jae Gyun Hwang, the Korean third baseman. Crawford at first, and McGowan misses in. So Jose Urena for 5. Harlan Garcia for 2 outs. Ball in the dirt. All right, checking in on the Rockies and White Sox. If you've been with us, Kyle Freeland has been throwing a no-hitter. In the air, Yelich fighting the sun, makes the catch. Wow. Remember, there was a runner at first. Yelich had the glasses down, using the glove as well. Just makes it. Giancarlo Stanton, center field, is 25th. We told you at the outset of the telecast that the home run derby guys, Stanton and Bohr, they've had a nice road trip. And Stanton, 443 feet. Bohr went, what, 446 with his the other day?
436.
436.
Bohr.
Yeah,
Told you I had an apex of 102.
Stanton with the home run. That gave Miami a 3-2 lead. But then Nick Hundley homered to right. And that tied it at 3 apiece. Jose Urena is out. But Johnny Cueto is not. Stanton against Cueto. He's walked, been hit by a pitch, and then blasted that home run to center.
On base all 3 times. There's your National League home run leaders.
Don't know that you get any cheap home runs in this ballpark unless you're a lefty and you hit a high fly ball that comes down on the top of the.
You see how tall that where?
Well, look, if you hit like a high fly ball that a guy would have caught on the warning track of most parks, it's only 309 down the right field line.
Still, I mean, it's just, but it jets straight out. I mean, I suppose you're right, but you still got to get it up over the wall.
Stanton walks. That's the only place for a cheapie, down that right field line.
I'm with you.
But the rest of this park can be a real bear. There's a look at Levi's landing. I mean, look at the distance down in that corner. 421 in right center. That big wall in right. Not many balls go out where that NBC Sports Bay Area sign is. Yelich takes a strike.
No ball has ever gone over that wall. I know there's been a few that have gone into the seating just below the sign, not over it.
So completely over that.
It's never happened.
That wall, and you're including the area on top of it.
Yeah, no, I asked. I was real curious because they have a Coors Light like a bar area out there, and I'd asked if a home run had ever gone up there. Confirmed it by multiple people. It's too far.
Hasn't gone over it.
It's not gone over it. Hasn't even come. Hasn't even gone to the front door.
That is a blast. Yelich fouls it back. Yelich RBI double, has walked and struck out.
Well, I enjoyed our conversation a couple days ago on the glove out in left center field, and the idea behind it when this ballpark was originally built.
We were speaking with Larry Baer, the president of the Giants. That glove is what, 505 feet from home plate, but because it's elevated, it's more like about a 560 foot.
Right.
Yelich heads that way. Ball's driven deep in the gap, off the wall. Stanton's racing for third. Played well by Hernandez. A double for Yelich, his second of the ball game. And it's second and third and nobody out. Here comes Ozuna, and we'll see what Bruce Bochy does.
Beautiful swing. Front side down. Pitch away, driven away. On the MLB logo. That seems appropriate with the All-Star game going on. About ready to go on.
That's about 2 feet from a two-run homer and a two-run lead. Dave Righetti, longtime pitching coach with the Giants, is out there right now, trying to gauge Cueto's condition.
99 pitches right now.
Marlins in-game box score: Stanton the homer, Yelich 2 doubles. Ozuna has an RBI double. Our in-game jackpot from the Florida lottery. Runs batted in a 10-game road trip. Ozuna has tied Gary Sheffield. 16 of them here on this trip. Cody Ross had a great trip back in 2008. Giants infield's in with nobody out. And Ozuna, this is one of those where you really have to fight getting over aggressive, because you want to blast one here and knock in the runs.
He's been very good in these situations. Pitches on the edges, recognize the situation, going back through the middle, at times the other way. They say guys have a nose for an RBI. They smell it, they want it. Marcell Ozuna has done a really nice job of being that RBI guy in the middle of the lineup. Giancarlo Stanton. He's the two-hitter, has been for quite some time. This is the guy doing a lot of damage. Look at those numbers with runners in scoring position. Just off the charts. 359 and 47 RBIs. Wow.
He got a breaking ball and fouled it off. That's the walk he does.
Then he took the walk.
Tries to get himself back into that disciplined mode. You got Bohr on deck. Giants infield is in. A walk to Stanton, a double by Yelich. Cueto. And Yelich has come out of his swing a couple times now.
Well, he's getting can almost see it in his eyes sometimes. Gets a little antsy in the hands and the body language. And the we talk about the walk. It's the slow walk is what you want to see, not the fast walk. It's a little over aggressive. You can almost tell in his body language. 2 strikes though. He's pretty good job this year of really calming himself down.
Cueto great with runners in scoring position. 2-2. Taken down low. Cueto thought it was a strike. You saw his reaction. The count's 3-2. Here's a look. It's low. It's a great call by Tom Hallion.
Marcell Ozuna absolutely agrees. Shaking his head all the way out of the box.
What does he get? 3-2.
Probably a slider again. There's a base open.
Here it is.
Changeup.
That one just fought off, and it's 3-2. 105 pitches now for Cueto. With the lefty ready in the bullpen, you get a sense this is the last guy that Cueto is going to face. But you never know. Bohr is 1 for 3 with a double.
Lefties aren't as big a deal to Justin Bohr.
That is a terrific. You see the smile by Ozuna, smiling at Cueto. That's a terrific at bat. And here comes Bruce Bochy. He's going to the lefty to face Bohr. Bags are loaded in a 3-3 game with nobody out here in San Francisco, and Justin Bohr coming to the plate. Florida lottery called to the bullpen. Back after this. This season, special flash offer of the week will be unveiled, giving fans the opportunity to save big on tickets, merchandise, and much more. Stay tuned Monday for a special offer. Visit marlins.com/flash offer for more details. In San Francisco, big moment here. Giants pull Cueto. Steve Okert, the lefty's in, and it's Bohr with the bags loaded in a 3-3 game. Okert worked last night's game. Bohr faced him and bounced out against him. Flips that one towards the bullpen. There are the numbers for Okert.
Lefty specialist. He's been used sparingly. At times comes in just to get one lefty out.
The Giants infield is back for 2. Bags loaded. Bohr, little line drive, base hit left field. Stanton scores. Here comes Yelich. Up with the ball is Hernandez, and Justin Bohr drives home 2. Miami, a 5-3 lead.
Time and time again, we talk about the lefty-lefty matchup. It's no big thing for Justin Bour. Thinking that way the whole time. Look at that. Pulls the hands through. Great approach. Rich, we talked about the hands in the home run derby. How about the hands with the bases loaded? Front foot down, just fires the hands through the zone. Little soft line drive to left.
2 for 4 for Bour, 2 RBIs with a double. Florida Lottery called to the bullpen. Nobody out. Giants double switch. In Colorado right now, 10-0 Rockies. Kyle Freeland's got a no-hitter through 8. He has 116 pitches. So 116 pitches. We'll keep you updated. Here, Justin Bour's knocked in 2 to make it 5-3, and Prado, with nobody out, faces Hunter Strickland. Connor Gillespie came into the ball game in the double switch. Strickland takes over for Stephen Okert, who faced only Justin Bour. Gillespie's going to go in the 9 spot, due up 3rd in the bottom of this inning here in the 7th. Prado, they'll chopper towards 3rd. Only play is 1st. And Gillespie tested right away. He may have had a play actually at 2nd with Bour running, but he went to 1st.
And sure out at first base.
Good news for the Marlins. 2nd and 3rd, 1 out. Here's Real Muto.
JT 0 for 3 on the day. He's had a couple of nice bats, lined out his first time up. Strickland working on 4 days of rest. Better arms in this Giants bullpen. 2.08 ERA. It's 13th in the National League. The relievers.
Of course, it was Hunter Strickland that threw at Bryce Harper, apparently harboring a 3-year-old grudge for Harper blasting home runs against him in the postseason. He served a 6-game suspension.
And a lot of stories on a lot of levels. Buster Posey and all the different things that were going on with that situation. Messy.
Real Muto reaches out, pokes that one into center field. Ozuna scores. Bour to 3rd. And the Marlins add a run. It's 6-3. Real Muto, an RBI hit. Still 1 out. Here comes Riddle to face the right-hander.
Well, isn't that a great example of what the lob wedge does when you've got the infield in? Yeah, here you go. Check this out. Right? playing back. That ball is probably caught. Look where it lands. Almost comes to almost to a stop on the grass. Right.
If he's not involved in the play, you always hear D. Gordon in the middle of a highlight like that.
That's gorgeous. That's a gorgeous piece of hitting right there. That's in the dugout. You get some ribbing for it, but everybody down there knows that's exactly what you're looking for in that situation.
Riddle swings and misses.
Strickland's no walk in the park. He was brought in to get some strikeouts and get that kind of contact, and well, it backfired a little bit.
David Phelps in Miami's pen. Well, with one out, you've got Bohr at third, Real Muto at first. Riddle's 1 for 2, and Tyler Moore is on deck. Cueto's line is complete. 6 innings, 6 hits, and now 6 runs. Runner goes. Ooh, Real Muto had a good jump too. Riddle fouls it back.
Good 3-4 steps for JT at first. Base stolen quite easily.
It's not a bad idea here.
No, we talk about it all the time. Continuing to put pressure on relievers, running the bases. We talked about it a little bit. I think it was in game 1.
He's running again. Pitch is out, and he's got the bag stolen. Oh. JT with a smile. He was a little short on the landing there.
I have to apologize myself. I didn't think this was going to turn out as well as it did. I'm good to see JT's up. Boy, he hit hard.
Thank goodness that left wrist.
Well, that's what I thought had happened, was that he turned that left wrist over, and that's, speaking from experience, I've had a few too many of those slides in my life, and that's why I stopped sliding head first, honestly.
Riddle with a chance now with the 1 out, 2nd and 3rd. JT to right field. Pence over and in, tagging his Bohr, coming to the plate. Pence's throw is late, and he scores. Riddle a sac fly. Miami adds their 4th run of the 7th inning.
Situational hitting, good run production. Situational at bats with runners in scoring position, doing the job, moving the runners up, and the runners in. JT Riddle finding the outfield, to get it deep enough to get the big guy home.
As well, Real Muto heads up, followed Bohr, and he arrives at third base in a much safer fashion than he arrived at second. And here comes Tyler Moore.
Stay on your feet. I wasn't very graceful at head first slides. About 3 or 4 of them early in my career, and that was the end of it.
Phelps is ready in the bullpen. And Moore takes a strike. It's been a good first half for Tyler Moore. Been up and down a couple times. Oh, 2.
He's doing a very nice job here in the first half, responding to the role that he's in. He certainly understands it as a pinch hitter. You see the numbers: 96 homer, 7 RBIs. Was given an opportunity, Justin Bohr, the disabled list, to play more regularly. Very productive in that period of time as well.
0-2. It's up. Pitch is out. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Miami's lead now is at 7-3. 4 runs here in the 7th. Real Muto still making sure everything's attached over at third. And a swing and a miss. So Miami piles up 4 runs, knocks Cueto from the game. Not a thing of beauty. But the Marlins will take 4 runs in the 7th. Up here 7-3 in the 7th. Early, Christian Yelich. This a double down that right field line. Miami getting their 2 runs in the 3rd. That erased a 2-0 Giants leads. Still 2-2 until Giancarlo unloaded his 25th of the season. That's a straightaway center. Nick Hundley homered to right. That tied the game, and then Miami got busy in the top of this inning here in the 7th. Justin Bour knocks in 2 with a 2-run single. JT Real Muto floats one into center. JT Riddle with a sacrifice fly. 4 runs total here in the 7th. And 7th inning stretch in San Francisco. The Marlins into their bullpen, and they dial up David Phelps for the 7th inning. David Phelps and his numbers. And of course, Phelps last night handled the 8th. AJ Ramos handled the 9th. Miami got a 5-4 win. In this ballpark, we showed you the highlights of Phelps in years past. 3 games, a 1.13 ERA, and that's as both a starter and a reliever. Want to go even more inside, we'll give you a Toyota inside look. So who wants to go inside on a day like this here in San Francisco? And I'm sure Giant fans would rather not go this far inside. 34-55, that's last in the West. That's 26 games behind the Dodgers. And the last time the Giants were 26 or more games out was October 4th, 1992. That was Roger Craig and the Hum Baby Giants. Certainly not something Bruce Bochy has experienced here. Remember, the Giants were a postseason team and were beaten by the Cubs in the division series last year.
Yeah, it was just a year after the 1991 draft.
Of course, the Dodgers in that 1991 draft took from Newport High School in Bellevue, Washington.
That's right.
Todd Holland. How do you pronounce that again?
Holland S. Worth.
Thank you.
Got it.
Hundley with a count 0-2 Gorky's Hernandez. And then Gillespie, who came in the double switch. Kyle Freeland has an out in the ninth with a no-hitter for the Rockies. He's at 124 pitches.
Phelps. Elevated fastball picks up his first strikeout. Phelps has been dealing on this road trip after a rough start. They settled in. Last 4 appearances, 4 innings, 5 strikeouts, no walks. Phelps finishing up the first half very strong.
It's 10-0 Rockies, so the decision for Bud Black isn't necessarily games in the balance. The decision is how long will he go with the left-hander.
We discussed this a little earlier on this trip. Maybe there's a little more leash.
And you know what? Melky Cabrera just singled the left.
Forget about the leash.
There you go. I think that's it. Now,
well, I was going to say it's a 10-0 ball game is what I was getting
right.
at. And the number of pressure pitches, we were talking about this in the Straley start, it doesn't exist.
Bouncer short, Riddle to first. The only no-hitter in Coors Field history is Hideo Nomo back in '96. It was raining. He pitched from the stretch the whole game. And Todd Hollingsworth, you were there because Nomo was pitching for the Dodgers.
I was. It was an amazing evening, not just because it was a no-hitter. Number one, Hideo Nomo pitched the entire ball game out of the stretch, which was pretty amazing in and of itself. He used his split-finger fastball as his primary weapon that night, which was also part of this. But there was a rain delay, and I've never seen this, and this is coming from somebody who at the time was a Dodger but became a Rocky. Played for the Rockies for 3 years. We all know the ball flies at Coors Field. That's just a flat-out fact under almost all circumstances. But this particular night, the night of the no-hitter, there was a rain delay. I want to say it was about an hour, I think, for the ball game. So the game started late. But after the rain, and I've never, as a former resident of Denver and as a former player of the Rockies, I've never seen a night like this ever again. The humidity was elevated that night. And I mean this. Started in the left field. I didn't do anything offensively. All I did was speed up the game. And we made a few catches, but the balls in the outfield were not flying like they usually do at Coors Field, and that was amazing. We had never seen anything like it. There was balls. Vinny Castilla hit a ball to the warning track in right field, easy catch. I mean, there was at least 3 or 4 catches for us in the outfield that night that we were like, those balls usually get off the wall or get out. Didn't even come close to leaving the yard.
So when they say the stars aligned, they really did.
And I mean it, because that is the story. Anybody who was there that night can attest to it. It was a different night in Denver. That rain, the humidity. I've never felt humidity like that in Denver ever again. And Hideo got locked in early and just started making pitches.
2-2 from Phelps is in. David Phelps has the first 2 outs here in the 7th. And yes, Bud Black did make a pitching change after Freeland gave up the hit. As the Rockies are up 10-0. Rockies are about to win their 52nd game. Heading into the All-Star break.
Thinking back to Edinson Volquez's no-hitter, how dominant he was at the end. His best innings of work were his last 3 innings. Quick work there in the 9th. The Arizona Diamondbacks.
7-3 here. Phelps looks sharp, is 3-2. Center field, Yelich in, and it falls. And Gillespie has a 2-out single, brings up Denard Span. Lots of files already in the books. All-Star break is starting for a lot of players and people in the game. And those that are headed to the All-Star game are probably in the clubhouse packing up or on a plane right now. I told you the Mets lost 6-0 to the Cardinals. The Nationals beat the Braves 10-5. Span takes a strike. The big scoring games: Houston 19-1 over Toronto. Baltimore scored 11, beating Minnesota 11-5. Pittsburgh 14-3 at Wrigley against the Cubs. Cubs go to the break 2 under, 43-45, and the Pirates have brought themselves right up near the Cubs at 42-47. And of course, the news in the Central is that the Brewers beat the Yankees again at Yankee Stadium 5-3. Brewers are 50-41 and lead the National League Central. Span to right center field, hit well. That's a long run. Stanton is there, reaches, lost it, bounces off his glove. Yelich picks it off the turf, and the Giants get a run.
One of the few ballparks as an outfielder you can run this far without running into a wall. Look at Giancarlo Stanton tracking it all the way, just unable to come up with the backhand catch. See the concentration, everything's right about it. Just doesn't quite get to the ball. Ball hits off the top of the glove, and I'm sure it'll go as a hit.
He has glasses down. 7-4 it is. Span gets a double. And a strike to Joe Panik, who's 0 for 3. Phelps to the back of the mound. Oh, 1-1. Eight hits apiece now. One and two. This was a Jose Urena start. Harlan Garcia and then Dustin McGowan.
Sure, we'll bring his name up later in the show.
You think so?
I think so. He's in line for something.
He threw 3 pitches.
Yes, he did. Been on quite a roll lately. Try by Phelps. That fastball. Dead swing and a miss. Panik. Brewers your surprise team in the National League first half?
Yes, but maybe a co-surprise team with Arizona. Visit from Real Muto. There's your Central standings. It's a 5.5 game lead. Cubs have lost, Cardinals have won, Pirates won. Over in the West, Arizona's at 53-35, and where the Dodgers not going great guns the way they're going, is their game a final now. Although, yeah, 5-2 Dodgers over Kansas City. So for Los Angeles, 61 wins, 29 losses going to the break. And of course, the Marlins open the second half with the 61-29 Dodgers on a Friday night. Kershaw today beat the Royals in Los Angeles. A complete game, 13 strikeout performance, gave up 2. pop up. Cody Bellinger, all-star and a home run derby contestant.
The thing about today's ball game for the Dodgers that isn't a surprise is that it wasn't a walk-off.
Well, it was when Kershaw walked off the mound.
All right. Guess I had that coming.
Nah. You know, the amazing thing is 13 strikeouts and only 99 pitches. Normally you get double-digit strikeouts, you're triple-digit pitch count.
I talk about this an awful lot. Teams that don't see Clayton Kershaw very often struggle.
Tom Hallion ripping and roaring with strike 3 called.
It's a good two-seam fastball right there.
David Phelps gets the strikeout. Giants get a run, but Miami's lead is 7-4. Game used, but we are not a collectible. A resale value not nearly the level of a work of art. Josh Osich is into the game for the Giants as the Fish have a 7-4 lead here, hoping for a sweep in San Francisco and set themselves up with some momentum going into the All-Star break. The Giants bring a lefty in. You got D. Gordon, then Stanton, then Yelich. Matt Cain is warming up in the Giants bullpen. And Gordon takes a strike.
Matt Cain might be just getting some work in, or he might be getting himself ready for some action. Doesn't want to go too long without pitching. You see the All-Star break right here.
This was supposed to be his start. Instead, it was 6 innings of Johnny Cueto. 6 earned runs and 6 walks.
Marlins want to no part.
Gordon again flips it, and that's a hit. It bounces away. It was Hernandez sliding in, and let's hope he's okay. But once again, D. Gordon just flipping his bat at a breaking ball that looked like it was outside, and he's going to end up with another hit.
Time and time again, continues to get pitches that he can do just that on. It's a breaking ball. Just takes the lower half out. Ooh, right off the head. It's the right side of his head. Well, you know what? You can attribute this as well to that thick grass that you have on this field. He was anticipating a much higher hop off that initial bounce. He was a good 3-4 inches above where the ball actually bounced.
Giants are going to bring out Mac Williamson. Gorky Hernandez is up. Williamson is warming up. I don't know that they've made the switch yet. Bruce Bochy says, hey, if you want to stay in, I don't know. That it looks like the conversation. Looks like Gorky Hernandez trying to talk his way into staying in the ball game. Williamson came trotting out, was ready to come in, and now heads back. So Gordon with a leadoff hit. And Stanton will get a rare at bat against a bullpen lefty. This doesn't happen all that much in the age of matchups. He's had a clean day, has Stanton, except for the ball hitting him. He's walked twice, been hit by a pitch, and then blasted a long homer to center field.
You were mentioning the stat line Cueto today. A lot of credit to the Marlins. Really nice approach here on getaway day, end of a long road trip against one of the better right-handers in the National League, Johnny Cueto. For the most part, we're able to lay off that changeup down in the zone, put together good at-bats.
Stanton fouls it back. There's the splits for Stanton. One of those 18 against the righties against Johnny Cueto. Stands 25th in the 5th inning. Gordon runs, great jump. Hundley's throw is high, and D. Gordon swipes bag number 32, and he's in scoring position with nobody out.
D. Gordon picks a great pitch to run on. High breaking ball. Slow to the plate, good jump. Regardless of the lefty on the mound. And oh, by the way, Nick Hundley has struggled. Base stealers 80% success rate against him, 20-25. So number 32 for D. Gordon.
Billy Hamilton at 37 leading the league. Trey Turner, of course, on the disabled list.
Billy had himself a day. I think it was yesterday. 3 or 4 stolen bases.
You got another high breaking ball, and Stanton pops it up. Hundley calling for it and gives way to Belt. Stanton, he wanted to throw the bat, but there were too many guys in the vicinity. Watch him. Thinks about it, holds it, then has to dash around a couple. He still has the bat in the dugout.
And a little frustrated as a hanging breaking ball over the plate. Firmly believes that he should have done a little bit more damage with that. Set up an opportunity for Christian Yelich, who's had a very nice ball game today. 2 for 3, a couple of doubles. One down the right field line, one off the left field wall.
Breaking ball, a strike. Yelich on this trip, his on base and his slugging coming up as he goes, slugging now at 410. A couple of doubles in 3 trips today, now 17 doubles. Strike. 0-2. Kyle Bearclaw warming up in Miami's pen. Gordon the runner at second. Osich, 0-2. There's Bearclaw. Eighth inning here. Gordon a single and a stolen base. And Osich misses. Osich sort of like a four corners offense here. He's
throwing a little prevent on him.
A little deliberate.
Things have come to a slow pace.
Yelich fouls it out of play. Count 1-2. You got Ozuna hoping for a shot. And after him, Bohr. The big bats have done damage, certainly today, in the Marlins order. Check swing. It sounded like it got a piece of the bat. Stan, of course, had the home run, his 25th. Yelich has doubled twice and knocked in a run. Ozuna had a key RBI double in the third. Bohr is 2 for 4, a double in the second, and a 2-run single in the big 7th inning. So that's your 2, 3, 4, and 5 hitters, all enjoying the day in San Francisco. Yelich a chopper toward short. Crawford looked at third. Now goes to first. Bruce Bochy saunters out of the Giants dugout. He's going down to get Matt Cain. So we're going to get a Matt Cain, Marcell Ozuna matchup. Florida Lottery called to the bullpen. It's 7-4 Miami.
Cabrera, with 1 out in the 9th, has broken it up.
That was the Melky Cabrera single. Kyle Freeland came close to the no-hitter, but his pitch count high, little tip of the cap. The Rockies would win the ball game 10-0. Freeland would have to settle for win number 9. Here in San Francisco, Miami has a 7-4 lead. Marcell Ozuna against Matt Cain, and a ball in the dirt. Ozuna goes, and it's 0-1. Cain does not come in out of the bullpen very often. The first time in 2017. You see, it's not been a great year, and it's not been a great few years for a one-time top of the rotation guy.
He's dealt with some injuries. His stuff has declined. Lost some velocity as well.
Ozuna with a 1-1 count. Anything in the dirt, you got to be alive. You got speed at third with Gordon. Like that. Hundley holds it. Tuesday, 7:30 on Fox. 88th Major League Baseball All-Star Game from Marlins Park. Count 2-1. Justin Bour on deck. And Ozuna probably going to get a pretty good pitch to hit here. One would think.
We hit it to center field.
He almost got Gordon. Low fastball. And that's Ozuna. There are not a lot of players in the game with that type of bat speed.
Right.
Ozuna has the best bat speed on the Marlins roster. Get the hands through and punish a ball that's in.
He cuts it off so well. His body does not get in the way. You can take those hands right around his swing.
Breaking ball and a pop-up that ends up back behind the screen. So Cain went fastball on the first 2-2 pitch, and then breaking ball, or excuse me, on the first 3-2 pitch, and then the breaking ball there, and it's 3-2 again. Gordon at third. Ozuna's swing got long there on another hanging breaking ball.
You know, and that's key word right there, Rich, hanging. And sometimes he'll widen out that swing. It gets a little longer when he sees it long in the zone. He wants to punish it. The 2 hanging breaking balls that Cain has thrown him, he has really come out of his shoes.
Just gets a piece there. As we saw in that last Fox Tracks, it's a scatter shot pattern with nothing that you can say, well, this is what he's trying to do to him.
Right. Plus Matt Cain coming out of the bullpen is certainly a little different. Another hanging breaking ball.
Yeah, another big swing by Ozuna. You could see this is that walk that Ozuna does, just trying to convince himself to calm down, stay in that swing. Let's see if Cain just keeps flipping him up there. 3-2 again, and Ozuna another great walk where he was behind in the count, fought off some pitches, and then didn't offer at a breaking ball, and did not chase.
First walk against Cueto was a changeup in a big spot. Clearly tell he wanted to drive in the runs and laid off a tough changeup right there. He's dealing with the Matt Cain breaking ball. I'll probably tell you that a few pitches there he could have done something with, but another quality at bat.
Now Bour goes to the screen, but it bounces back to Hundley. Gordon saw it and heard it and retreats to third. It will be a wild pitch because Ozuna is now at second. And that nearly hit Bohr.
I wonder if the audible, if the ball hitting that helped D at all. I bet it did.
Bohr's had a really nice series. He's got 5 hits, driven in 4, a homer and a double, and the Giants say, well, they just put him on. And so he walks. And here comes Prado. This Miami offense has put up a lot of hits and a lot of runs of late. Fish have won 5 of their last 7. They are 1 hit shy of double digits. Prado takes out.
They do a very good job building innings, putting together good quality at bats. Think about the D. Gordon base hit this inning alone. Took his lower half out. Flipped the base hit into left field. Marcell Ozuna at bat. Earned the walk. Obviously, or the intentional walk. And this is what they do. They play off each other really, really well. And here over the last 40 or so games, real fun to watch.
Strike, it's 1-2. A Marlin at every base. Kane, a 1-2 to Prado. And a scissor kick, outside pitch. He stays alive. Of course, Matt Cain, a long-time horse in the Giants rotation, part of the World Championship teams 10, 12, and 14. There's that scissor kick again. Prado closing off the front side, shooting it foul. Cain is now 32. He's been in the Giants rotation since 2005. So this is his 13th season. In the air, scattering in the bullpen are the Marlins as Brandon Belt runs through. Cain has been an all-star 3 times. He's pitched in 2 World Series and he was dominant in both. Making a start in 10 against Texas and a start in 12 against Detroit. Dominant in the NLCS in both those years as well. 1-2. Last year his injuries were not arm related, back and hamstring. Prado drives it right center field. Span looking into the sun, makes the catch. Miami leaves him loaded. Still some outs to get. Miami needs 6 of them. Kyle Bearclaw in next.
the cool thing about the All-Star game is when you see guys on the opposite side that you're playing against, you don't know what they're like as a person that you're teammates with until that day. And when you walk in that locker room and you see all the nameplates and you see the numbers on the back, and then all of a sudden they're coming up to you as your teammate and they're talking to you like we're not enemies today.
Marlins moment driven by Honda. 7-4, Marlins on top of the Giants, and it's Kyle Bearclaw, Bay Area native, who arrives on the scene. Hunter Pence, Brandon Belt, Brandon Crawford against Bearclaw, who pitched last night. Pence a single back in the 6th. A long series for Pence. He's 1 for 11. And a slider. Pence has had trouble with that pitch in this series. Anything with a spin on it. There have been times where he's bailed out of pitches that have been called strikes. That's a swing. And it's 2-2. First half coming to a close. One game going along with this one. And of course, tonight you've got Detroit and Cleveland in Cleveland. Hello, Cleveland. Pitch in the dirt. And while the All-Star game, home run derby, all of that will be in the headlines tomorrow with the derby. All-Star game on Tuesday on Fox. You're also going to get, before baseball resumes on Friday, I would expect a flurry of articles about who's your MVP for the first half. Little roller. Gordon. Wow. Safe at first. That was one of those where if you're Kyle Bearclaw, that's the one you want to capture.
Yeah.
You want to leave that to your middle infield.
D. Gordon ranging far to his right. Shortstop side of the second base bag. Man, oh man. Beautiful play. Pence just barely beats it out.
Well, the Marlins don't want to let the Giants get up off the canvas here. It's a dangerous part of the lineup, and Belt knocks one into left field. So Bearclaw's given up 2 hits. Now you got Crawford, who's homered today. And remember, it's only a 3-run game.
By the fastball, stayed inside it, dumped it in left field.
Giants do have Buster Posey as a pinch hitting option. Keep that in mind. Crawford's homer was into right center field and up over the big wall. An impressive shot. Harlan Garcia, Dustin McGowan, David Phelps, and now Bearclaw. Gomez, the on-deck hitter. 1-1. Pitch misses. Bearclaw last night pitched the 7th, walked a man, then got 3 outs after that. Pence at second, Belt at first, Crawford waiting. 2-1. That's into left field. Runner coming home. Ozuna has it. Throw to the plate is cut. And the Giants have the tying run at first base. 3 consecutive hits. Greets Kyle Bearclaw.
It's not about exit velocity. It's about location and placement. Crawford here. Beat by the fastball, but stayed through it. Actually, a pretty good swing.
And the Giants are going to fire their best weapon here.
Well, it makes sense. Got a lot of history with Posey and this Marlins bullpen. Has faced Kyle Bearclaw a couple times, has a double against him. Certainly manager Bruce Bochy can't hope for a better situation than this to use your guy, your all-star catcher.
And Bearclaw throws a wild pitch. Real Muto fires it to third and safe. Boy, this is dissolving quickly on Bearclaw. 3 straight hits, now a wild pitch. Now the tying run is at second base, and it's Posey who's at the plate. There's nobody throwing in Miami's bullpen, and I think that'll change here. Miami looking at the replay at third base.
Tying run at second base. Nobody out in the inning. Probably deciding whether or not to put Buster Posey on first base.
There may be something wrong with the phones right now.
That too.
And the Marlins are going to challenge it. The Marlins are going to take a shot at this at third base. Brandon Belt at third. Prado had the glove on him and kept it on him. And so we'll take a look at the replays that we have at our disposal. New York has both our show and the Giants show and some cameras that are their own. Here's the look. He beats the throw. The question is, does he come off the base?
From my vantage point, it looks like he drops anchor on third. I don't see any sign of him coming off third base. There's no pop-up. It's not a pop-up slide.
And those are right now the best looks that we've got. Whether the Giants show has a better look or not, and he's safe. So the Marlins took a gamble. The call stands. A very wild pitch from Bearclaw, and still nobody throwing in Miami's bullpen. Infield is back. Posey a chance to tie it up. And Bearclaw misses in. You got Nick Hundley on deck. (2-0). That's way outside. And right now Bearclaw is searching for it. Ball strike ratio out of whack. Posey with a 3-0 pitch coming. He goes after it, rolls it to Prado, who throws to first and gets the out. What a break.
Huge break for the Marlins.
What a break. Posey going after a 3-0 pitch. It wasn't a great 3-0 pitch to hit either.
No. It's in. That's his first swing off the bench.
Nick Wickren down to Miami's bullpen. So now it's Hundley, and the infield is still back. And Bearclaw misses down low.
Hundley's had a nice day with the bat. Base hit, home run. Showing the willingness to go the other way.
Breaking ball liner, base hit left field. 1 run will score. Ozuna has it, and the Giants have runners at the corners. 3 hits for Hundley.
Kyle Bearclaw continues to struggle with his command, especially of the breaking ball. This, right down the middle. Elevated. Hundley all over it.
Juan Nieves out for a visit. And that'll allow some time for Tazawa and Wickren to warm up. It's 7-6 now. Nieves is going to wait until the home plate umpire Tom Hallion gets out there, and he breaks it up just as Hallion's approaching. Four hits, a wild pitch, and the out recorded was Posey chasing a 3-0 pitch. Miguel Gomez is going to pinch hit. Miami's infield looks for 2.
One thing we know about Gomez, he likes the fastball. We've learned that throughout the series.
Bearclaw can't get a strike with the breaking ball.
Well, and that's part of the problem right now. First at bat, big league debut, and an elevated fastball lined out to right. Now, A.J. Ramos, yesterday, 3 breaking balls. That was it.
There's the slider, and he goes after that. He's looking for his first major league hit. And obviously Bearclaw's looking to keep this ball on the infield. Or somehow dial in the control, dial in the slider, and get himself a punch out.
Well, that slider's been so erratic. Already 1 wild pitch this inning.
Another slider, another strike.
That's the slider Bearclaw's looking for. One that's out over the plate, gets to the bottom of the zone.
And of course, you got pressure on Real Muto with anything in the dirt. 1-2. It was in the dirt. JT blocked it. Count evens 2-2.
Nice job keeping the ball in front by JT Real Muto. Leave any holes open there.
Tying run 90 feet away, Crawford. Hundley's at first. Miami double play depth. And the 2-2 to Gomez. The game is tied. Hundley around second, and he'll take third. And San Francisco has come all the way back. Kyle Bearclaw has now given up 5 hits in 3 runs.
Manager Don Mattingly is going to have to go to the bullpen. Frustrating day for Kyle Bearclaw, and well, this lead is gone.
7-3 at one point. And the Florida Lottery called to the bullpen. Junichi Tazawa is coming in. 7-7. Miguel Gomez gets his first major league hit and RBI. And it's Junichi Tazawa that the Marlins turn to here. 1 out in the 8th inning. And you think about the lone out, and it was Posey going after a 3-0 pitch and bouncing out. Connor Gillespie, who came into the double switch last inning.
Well, these hits have not been rockets. They've just been perfectly placed. A couple balls to the right side in the hole. Think how this all started with the Hunter Pence single up the middle.
You got Hundley at third, Gomez at first, and now Gillespie. Denard Span is on deck. Tazawa, of course, got the great fork ball. And even more pressure on Real Muto. One-0 pitch. Inherited runners. Tazawa, who has had his struggles this year, is actually 8 of 8 in stranding runners. Miami is hoping,
right man for the job,
that he can add 2 of those to his list. At the corners, there's 1 out. Swing and a miss. That's 2-1.
Tazawa would love to get the split finger fastball to factor into this equation, whether it's inducing the ground ball or getting the swing and miss.
Two-1. There's the swing and miss. It's 2-2.
There's the split finger fastball. There's the splitty. There's the downward action we talk about so often. Nice job by JT Realmuto keeping that in front as well.
Two balls, two strikes at the corners, tie game. One out, bottom 8. Fastball popped up. Prado and Realmuto in the sun, and it's Prado who makes the catch. Tazawa gets an important out. And it's up to Denard Span if the Giants want to extend this.
Well, nice job setting up that fastball. Action down in the zone, got his eyes down. Must be beat by that fastball, popped it up.
Span has a bunt hit and an RBI double on a 2-for-4 day. You see his average with runners in scoring position. 286 average on the season. Sam Dyson, former Marlin, who's pitched quite well after not pitching so well to start the year with Texas. And when fouled out of play. There is Dyson. Whatever tweaks he's made, for the moment they've paid off. 2 outs, 0-1 pitch.
The story for Dyson and his struggles this year hasn't so much been lack of velocity or health. It's more along the lines of effectiveness or command. So you're right. Most people around baseball felt as soon as he got back online, results would start to return.
Hundley and Hernandez on the corners. 3 runs here. The Giants have tied it. 1-1. Right field, deep. Stanton in pursuit, and he makes the catch at the warning track. About 410 feet from home plate. Denard Span nearly broke the tie. To the 9th. New game, 7-7. Brought to you by Southwest. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. By Jeep. And by your South Florida Honda dealers. Golden Gate, 7-7. Marlins and Giants. A 7-3 lead. Denard Span, who had the ball that glanced off of Stanton's glove for a double in the 7th inning, hit that one even better. And Stanton made the running catch. Right field. Here's the 7th inning ball. Stanton had to go actually even further for this one. That resulted in a run. Here's the 8th inning. And now it's 7-7. And here we are in the 9th inning. Mac Williamson going to stay in the game. He's in left. And here is Sam Dyson. Real Muto against Dyson. Heavy sink, lots of late run, the trademark of Dyson.
A lot of velocity to go along with it. 95 miles an hour. Well, the bullpen for the Marlins that's been so reliable, so good on this road trip, having a breakdown here in the last game of the first half.
Real Muto. Belt is there. Then he gets to the bag. And it's out number 1 of the 9th. Riddle now, who was 1 for 2 with a sacrifice fly. Dyson's numbers pretty dramatic splits. With the Rangers, 1-6, a 10.80 ERA, 4 blown saves in 17 games. He was designated for assignment. He had the 3rd most saves in the American League last year. And with the Giants, the ERA in the mid-3s. And with Mark Melancon on the disabled list, Dyson has picked up the last 3 saves. Derek Dietrich is on deck.
What I saw in Texas, the sinker wasn't sinking, and that's as simple as understanding the two-seam fastball and how it works. Saw a few different pitching performances by him in Texas, and fastball out of hand, quite straight, not a lot of action. So far, it looks like that running action on his sinker is back. Slider looks sharp again. Obviously getting better results.
No, he's fallen behind Riddle. It's 3-1. Riddle in this first half has not walked a lot, just 10 walks in 206 at bats. Bouncer up the middle, backhanded there, panic to first in time. Derek Dietrich now.
Nice road trip for Dietrich. 6 for 16, a couple of doubles, a homer. And 370 over his last 8 games. 4 multi-hit efforts.
Pitch in. We got Gordon on deck. The Giants have used their bench. Remember, Buster Posey is pinch hit. Miguel Gomez is pinch hit. Gillespie's in the game. Whitgren and Ramos ready in the pen. Miami Now that Dietrich is up there, is down to A.J. Ellis. Tyler Moore and Ichiro have all hit in this 9 spot. It's the other part of the equation when your starting pitcher goes just 5 innings and you've got a 4-man bench. You chew through pinch hitters pretty quickly.
Yep. You really don't possess that.
Dietrich lines it into left field. That's a base hit.
Stays high.
So a pinch hit from Dietrich. D. Gordon is 1 for 5, and he comes up with 2 outs, and you got Stanton on deck.
Nice surge by Dietrich on this road trip, and over the last couple of weeks really swinging the bat well. Nice approach. Good balance on the backside and getting the front foot down. Catching up to the fastball much better, much more consistent. Even though his playing time has been a little, well, certainly been cut into by Prado coming back.
Dietrich jogging a bit. I don't know if there was something that's bothering him. If he wants to test it.
Get ready to score the go-ahead run, Rich. Well, he's got to get all the way around to home.
D. Gordon up. Outfield's fairly deep for D. Obviously the Giants want to cut something off in the alley. Gordon rolls it up the middle. Panic flips. Crawford's there. And the Giants keep Miami scoreless in the 9th. Fish will try to do the same in the bottom half. Hits for the Giants. You see the Giants' last 4 runs coming late after the big 4-run 7th for the Fish. Miami's bullpen collapsing in the 8th. Kyle Bearclaw absorbing that damage. Nick Wickren is in here. Junichi Tazawa had to come in and finish the inning for Bearclaw. He was able to get a long fly ball, about a 405-footer from Denard Span to end the inning. And so the Giants have the teeth of their order up. Panic, Pence, Belts. Anybody who reaches Crawford. It's Panic first. Another sellout crowd. The sellout streak continues for the Giants. 530. A National League record, breaking that Phillies record when the Phillies had their glory days. But the Giants right now are 21 games under, 26 back of the Dodgers. Nick Wickren bounces one. It's a ball and a strike.
Give the Giants some credit. They're putting up quite a fight here in the last game of this series. Not playing particularly well in this series. Obviously the Marlins Celebrating victories in the first 2 games. Down in this one, battled back. Raved about the work of the Marlins bullpen. Kyle Bearclaw struggling today.
Panic pulls it foul. It's 1-2.
Green has allowed a run in each of his last 4 appearances after a real strong stretch of really good work. Struggling a little bit of late.
Everything a final in baseball, save that night game tonight. Tigers and Indians. And of course for the Marlins, especially the Marlins All-Stars. This before a long game here, and 3.5 hours into this one. A tough travel schedule. As a swing and a miss, Wickren gets a strikeout with Stanton and Bohr in the home run derby. Right now the Marlins are looking at about a 3 a.m. landing. Best case scenario in Miami.
They'll find a way to get this win today. 7-7 ball game here in the 9th. Certainly pushing for some extra innings. Home run derby's fine and dandy, but you got to get the win here today.
Breaking ball, and Pence fouls it back. Hunter Pence, couple hits his last 2 times up.
His infield hits started it all.
The U.S. winning the futures game. 7-6.
Oh, got to get a little tighter.
At Marlins Park.
7-0. USA was.
Miguel Gomez, first career hit and RBI authenticated already. That was quick.
Well, that's a big one. He'll never forget it, obviously for personal reasons, but as far as this ball game is concerned, it's why we're where we're at.
Yeah, it is. Gomez had the last of the 5 hits against Bearclaw. It knocked in the 3rd run of the 8th inning. 3-2 here to Hunter Pence. Fastball, Pence drives it right. Stanton, the sun glaring off the glasses, makes the catch. Here comes Brandon Belt. Stanton, if the Marlins do get to see the 10th inning, will lead it off.
Changeup down by Wickren.
Appears that Bruce Bochy is going to stay with Sam Dyson. No one throwing in the Giants' pen. Belt takes ball 2. It's 2-0. Tom Hallion giving a half-hearted rah.
Running out of energy.
He is. He's running out of gusto. He hasn't had to call too many 3rd strikes, though, which is his
only a couple in today's ball game.
Patented windmill. 2-2. Wickren looks sharp. Elevated fastball. Nick Wickering goes 1-2-3 through the Giants in the 9th. The first half is not over yet. Giancarlo coming up in the 10th.
Work to be done.
7-7. Arrow and a bow. 7-7.
You're on it today.
Wow. I had to turn sideways to figure out what that was.
A little glare, I get you.
It is a little glare. It's glare in the booth because it's sunny here in San Francisco. And Giancarlo Stanton climbs in. These two teams have worked for 3.5 hours and nothing is settled yet. Stanton against Sam Dyson. Giancarlo 1 for 2. A homer, a pop out, 2 walks, and was hit by a pitch, and he turns away from that one. That's 1-0. Dyson came in, worked the 9th, gave up a hit to Dietrich. And it's a ball and a strike. You got Stanton, Yelich, and Ozuna. All-Star game 7:30 on Fox on Tuesday night. One and 2. Ramos is just hanging out right now. If Miami were to take the lead, AJ, who threw 26 pitches last night, would be ready to go in the bottom of the 10th. Stanton rolls that into center field. That's a base hit. So Miami has a runner. Here comes Yelich.
Second hit of the day for Giancarlo Stanton. Nice 2-strike approach. Used the middle of the field. Bring up the hot hitting Christian Yelich. A couple of doubles today.
Along with a walk, he's 2 for 4.
6 for 12 in the series.
Belt holds Stanton. That's how much Dyson's ball moves, because Hundley was set up low and in, and the pitch ended up on the outside corner. One comes in at 88, breaking ball.
Well, he gave you a pretty good look there with the first 2 pitches, what he's trying to accomplish. 2-seam fastball, a good running action, say, away from Christian Yelich. That hard slider at 88, 90 miles an hour, moving into Yelich.
Yelich, right field. Pence comes on and makes a running catch. Here comes Ozuna, and you got Bohr on deck. Ozuna has an RBI double. He's walked twice. Johnny Cueto, the starting pitcher, long ago, in his 6 innings, walked 6. Eight walks total by the Giants pitching staff. Ozuna takes in. Marcel sits at 70 runs driven in. That's a pretty nice number at the All-Star break. A 70 apiece, Arenado and Ozuna. It's up. It's 2-0 now. You got Stanton at first. Barring a double play, you'll get a Bohr at bat as well. That's a strike. In game 1, it was 2 hours and 40 minutes. The game went so quickly. You see that a letter high strike, that the birds that usually come here after the game were nowhere to be seen. They arrived on time last night. It was more of a regular time, and now if you look up on the roof, the birds
are angry,
are confused. It's like, look,
what are you still doing here?
Whatever message went out into the bird nation, and they do generally in the 9th inning fly around, get ready to pounce on all the popcorn and maybe a pretzels, spare hot dog bun. They're a little confused. This game's not over. Stanton runs, huge jump, roller off the bat of Ozuna, and Dyson fires to first in time. And Stanton running well. Got a clean break. He's in scoring position. And here is Bohr. Watch this jump.
Sometimes happens, particularly extra innings. So much concentration, so much time and effort placed on the hitter.
Giants are not going to pitch to Bohr. They're going to walk him intentionally for the 2nd straight at bat. And it's going to be Martin Prado against Dyson. Prado's 0 for 4 in this ball game, and he's 1 for 12 in the series. There they are. Those birds are big Martin Prado fans because that's what awaits them. Stanton at second, Bohr's at first. Outfield playing Prado to right center and not real deep. They know that Prado very good at shooting the ball that way, especially with runners in scoring position.
Certainly. Giancarlo Stanton, good speed at second base. 2 outs, so he's off with contact. Really can run on all the outfield arms of the Giants.
Hop up, Bell tracking it, and he's just out of room. That was tantalizingly close for the Giants. Ball and a strike. Little roller towards short. Crawford charging and throws on the run in time to get Prado. Miami leaves 2 in the 10th with a 7-7 game. Beautiful spot. And still baseball to be played here at AT&T. Giant fans that have stayed, trying to get their home team through here on a comeback win. Nick Whitgren is trying to extend this ball game into the 11th.
Outstanding 10th inning for Nick.
He's got Brandon Crawford, Williamson, and then Hundley. First pitch from Whitgren misses up. Now Crawford has been a hero twice in this one. His 2-run homer gave the Giants a 2-0 lead back in the second, and his RBI single chased home the first run of what would be the Giants' big inning, a 3-run 8 that tied the game at 7. Career in extra innings. Now, of course, this is the guy that had that enormous game against the Marlins. Fastball a strike. Remember, Crawford had a 7-hit game. It was August 8th last year at Miami.
Right.
It was the first since Rennie Stennett, who was actually a South Florida resident, watching the game and was a guest on our show in that series.
How about it?
Yeah, that was handy to have Rennie on hand.
Did you have a sense after 3 or 4 hits that
we texted Rennie and said, "Get ready"?
No. I'm talking about Crawford in the 7 hits. Could you see it in his approach?
Yeah. He was
just all over everything.
He was all over everything. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Got him. Whitgren has retired all 4 that he's faced. Mac Williamson now.
Nice job. 92 miles an hour, dotting the outside corner. Too much for Crawford to handle here in the 10th.
Williamson. Not to be confused with Kelby Tomlinson. Williamson brought up from Sacramento yesterday. He took the place of Austin Slater. Remember, Slater had that groin injury in game 1. Fastball in.
Groin injury has turned more significant. Slater is actually now on the disabled list. He ended up tearing from the bone his right adductor. Ooh. I don't remember how bad that was when we saw it. He was running down the line full speed, pulled up in a couple of steps. He was playing very well. In fact, it really become the Giants' left field answer. It did not look good when he went down, so it sounds like he is going to be out for a little while. You use words like tear and torn.
It's almost TMI.
Yeah,
that's not good. Williamson strikes out, and Wickren continues to shine here. And here comes Hundley. Hundley's had 3 hits, 2 big ones, the homer in the 5th to tie it, and then an RBI single in that parade of hits in the 8th. So here's Hundley. The aforementioned Kelby Tomlinson is on deck. One ball, one strike. Long road trip for the Fish. This is a 10-gamer. 3 in Milwaukee. Brewers took 2 of 3. 4 in St. Louis. Miami split with the Cardinals. And the Marlins have won the first 2 here of this 3-game set. Don Mattingly and the Fish had a great opportunity to sweep. Had a 7-3 lead in the 7th. And it disappeared. Wickren a strike away from pushing this game into the 11th. Hundley sends it out of play. Good number of people have stayed here. There's plenty of sunshine left in San Francisco, and this is one of those days that temperatures have been in the upper 60s. And you get in the sun nice and warm. Center field Yelich battling the sun. Glove up and onto a knee to make the catch. Nick Wickren, 2 scoreless innings. 6 up, 6 down. Well done. 7-7. Two enormous events at Marlins Park. Home Run Derby on ESPN. That's tomorrow night, 8 Eastern. And the All-Star Game on Fox, 7:30 Eastern. On Tuesday night, the 88th All-Star Game. T-Mobile Home Run Derby. And the Major League Baseball All-Star Game presented by MasterCard. Thank you. 11th inning in San Francisco. George Cantos takes over for Sam Dyson. Couple innings for Dyson. Dyson, the 2 innings, 2 hits and no runs. Real Muto here. You've got Riddle, and then you've got the pitcher spot, which is going to be A.J. Ellis, because he's the last bench player that the Marlins have. Giants entered the game with just 4 bench players, and so both managers are running out of position bats.
Cantos has been touched up his last 2 times out for runs. The Marlins can't make that 3.
JT shortens the bunt, takes a strike. It's a ball and a strike. Real Muto RBI single in the 7th. Cantos slider for a strike. Real Muto faced him last night and bounced out. Drew Steckenrider in Miami's bullpen. An indication that Nick Wickren, after 2 innings, is probably done. AJ Ramos has heated up, so it would not take long for him to hop up there in the bullpen and get ready if the Marlins score a run near the top of the 11th. It's a short. Crawford around it. High throw, and it's out of play, and Real Muto's in scoring position with nobody out. And the Gold Glover, the 2-time Gold Glover, airmails a throw.
Huge break for the Marlins. Muto hustling all the way. Crawford takes his time. I wonder if he felt the heat of JT getting out of the box and doing just this right here. Airmails.
So Riddle, now obviously you'd love to see him put a ball in play on the right side and move Real Muto to scoring position. He could also bunt. But you have Ellis behind him, so my guess is swing away, try to knock in the run, and if you do hit one to the right side, then that works as well.
Well, I agree with everything other than maybe the order. I think he needs to think to the right side first, and if he gets one through, well, that's the benefit. But at a minimum, you still want to set yourself up and put pressure on the Giants.
And Cantos is staying out. And the count's 2-0.
We saw in last night's ball game, which ended up being the deciding run, a wild pitch, or I should say a pass ball by Buster Posey that led to the last run the Marlins would score. The 5th run.
2-0 pitch. Riddle to right. Back goes Pence. Warning track. Reaches. Makes the catch. Real Muto tags and arrives at third. Boy, JT Riddle sent Pence back awkwardly, which is redundant when you're talking about Pence, but he makes the play on the track.
Well, good contact, good approach. He was thinking right field all the way. Penn's battling the sun. Certainly not an easy catch. Able to make it on the warning track.
And a big at bat now for A.J. Ellis. Infield's going to come in. Realmuto has speed at third. Gordon is on deck. Contos works from the stretch.
Well, this is the pressure of the situation that I was referring to. Wild pitch, pass ball, infield in, all sorts of things. Now a possibility with the runner at third.
And a backup breaking ball for a strike from Contos. Ellis has not had a great offensive year. He's had his moments. That long, protracted at bat with an RBI single against Arizona was one of those. Infield trying to choke off the run. And I think he went, and he did. And so now Ellis has to shift back into that mode and start fighting off pitches.
Shorten up a little bit, look for contact, try to create action on the diamond.
Last bench player the Marlins have is A.J. Ellis. He's behind in the count 0-2 to Contos. If he wastes a slider, there's a chance it gets by. Ellis left field, hit well. Back goes Williamson. It is gone. He hit it out. Ellis with a pinch hit, two-run homer here in the 11th. And Miami has a two-run lead.
Oh, man. You said it, partner. You talked about AJ's first half. How about those big moments? How about an 0-2? Hanging slider in the 11th. Wow. What a moment for AJ. A moment for the Marlins.
9-7 Miami. Still one out. Here's Gordon. Realmuto with the bear hug. Yeah, the Marlins, and of course the door opens with the Crawford error. And the Marlins walk in with two.
Well, the Marlins, and again, we've talked about this so many times this series. You see the hanging breaking ball right there and the short, compact swing from A.J. Ellis. Talked about it, just like a little half swing right there almost.
Gordon bounces to second.
His first career home run on an 0-2 pitch.
That's amazing.
It is. Not that those happen all that often, but
he's been in the game a while.
Yeah. First career pinch hit home run as well.
Stanton now against Contos with two outs.
You can say what you want. AJ did everything right as far as the two-strike approach right there. Shortened up his swing. I would almost bet he choked up a little bit right there. At least in my eyes, that's what it looked like. And there's a different swing than what we normally see from AJ. Shorter, a little quicker.
Look at that. You know, it's like he throws the warm-up back on like, I'm done. My work here is done.
Having done that a few times in my career, it is one of the best feelings in the world.
He's got sunglasses on, right. Jacket on.
I did that one time in the 9th inning of a ball game to tie a game up, and had merely just pinch hit. And the team ended up having to play an additional, I think it was 5 or 6 innings. So
bite your tongue.
At first, everybody was my best friend. They were like, yeah, we're going to win this game. And then like, well, you know, about third or fourth inning, about the 13th or 14th inning, I'd become public enemy #1.
Strike to Stanton, and it's 3-1. He resumes his regular spot there with the coat and the glasses on the rail.
Part coach, part cheerleader.
Part hero if the Marlins can win it. Stanton, left field. That ball's deep. Giancarlo hits another one. Number 26. And Miami adds on. He may not get to Miami till 4 in the morning after this one. But when he gets off the plane, he'll be ready with 2 homers here in San Francisco.
Certainly feels like home run derby has started in San Francisco this series. For Giancarlo Stanton, now 4 home runs in this 3-game series. Breaking ball, much like the one A.J. Ellis hit out. Stanton, full extension. Knows he got it.
(10-7) Miami. Yelich takes a breaking ball outside.
Well, let me correct that. My enthusiasm gets the best of me sometimes. 3 home runs. 2 today. One on opening day.
Well, I know what you're thinking. The ball that he hit on Friday night off the top of the wall and right almost was
1 to right, 1 to center, and 1 to left.
There
now.
you go.
All the way around the park.
Yelich. It's 1 and 2. So 2 homers here in the inning. Ellis, the improbable 0-2 pinch hit home run. Stanton now with 26. And Yelich swings and misses, and the Marlins are done. But a 3-run cushion. A.J. Ellis with 2 strikes. And now A.J. Ramos for the save. Right, just had an enormous moment with a runner at third in a tie game in the 11th. An 0-2 pitch. A.J. Ellis homers to left, and within about a minute he's back in his warm-up top, sunglasses on, watching for the rail.
There's nothing left for him to do. So,
well, there's something left for A.J. Ramos to do, and that's get 3 outs and keep the Giants from coming back again. Kelby Tomlinson is the hitter. A.J. Ramos looking for save number 17.
Number 4 on this road trip. Very busy. Let's take a look here in the 11th inning how similar these pitches are. That, the 0-2 hanging slider to A.J. Ellis, short and quick. Check this one out. Exact same pitch. Giancarlo Stanton all over it. Home run number 3 in this series.
Center field, that one's cracked. Yelich battling the side, he doesn't see it, and it's over his head, and it ends up off the wall. This is going to be a triple. That is a lonely feeling for an outfielder.
It is. All day long, you knew this was going to happen to somebody. You've watched both teams, both sets of outfielders battling the sun all day long. Kelly knows it's coming. He just doesn't know where. That ball is straight in the sun. He's doing everything in his power to get it to come out of the sun. I talked about kind of cutting it in half, maybe using that offhand to separate it, but sometimes you just play it into the sun and you become lonely. As you said, Rich, it's what ends up happening. Nothing Marcell Ozuna could do, nothing that Giancarlo Stanton could do to help him.
Gillespie now in the 9 spot. And Ramos with a fastball that misses up. 26 pitches last night for Ramos. Giants did get to him last night. Remember, they scored a run in the 9th. Miami won the ball game 5-4. And a breaking ball is strike 1 to Connor Gillespie. It's going to go as a triple. Tomlinson at third base, infield deep, outfield straight up. Sun is bright. Slow roller, Gordon gets the out at first. The Giants are a run closer, but Ramos has an out.
The Marlins back to the top of the order, 1 down.
Got Denard Span, then Joe Panik, and then Hunter Pence.
Ideally would like to keep things in check. See the 2-run lead as far as keeping that tying run in the on-deck circle.
Span nearly gave the Giants the lead in the 8th after an RBI double in the 7th that bounced off of Stanton's glove. He hit a very similar ball to the track in that corner and right, about 405 feet from home plate, and Stanton ran that one down.
He's been pretty good to the pull side in this series. Never had a long home run, a splashdown hit.
In the air, left center field. Yelich giving chase in the gap. Glove is up. Ozuna swoops in and makes the catch. Yelich had lost it. He put the glove up and the other hand up. Ozuna had tracked it and in the last minute cut in and made the catch.
Watch this basket catch from Marcell Ozuna. Nicely done. Marcell coming from a different angle. He's coming from the other side. For Christian Yelich, he's tracking the ball into the sun, so he loses it. Marcell able to keep the ball out of the sun, keep himself in position, make that nice running catch.
Here is Panik. And you got to know, going through Christian Yelich's mind right now, he's lost 2 balls in a row out there. And the thought is, hit it to right.
All you can continue to do, having been in the situation that Christian Yelich is in right now, is do everything in your power to just play the ball out of the sun. Just try to get yourself to where you're not blinded by it and continue to give yourself an opportunity. Doesn't mean it won't happen again. I've already seen it happen twice.
2-1 to Panik. And great heads up by Ozuna, who knows what it's like to be in center and battling the sun. To get there and make that catch.
Marcell Ozuna had assumed that Christian Yelich was going to make that catch, as we've seen Christian Yelich do so many times. If he had pulled up early, if he had said that's his ball, that ball doesn't get caught. He pursued it as if it was his ball the entire time, and at the last minute made the catch.
3-1 to Panik is outside, and Ramos loses Joe Panik.
Watch Marcell Ozuna. Watch the pursuit. From the minute that ball was hit, he went after it like it was his the entire time, almost waiting for Christian Yelich to call him off. It's what you do as a corner outfield. Nicely done. That is, I can't believe the tying run's coming to the plate look.
Yes. And that is Hunter Pence. And so A.J. Ramos walks panic and puts the tying run at the plate. Couple singles for Pence. Pence has had trouble in this series with breaking balls. Ramos gets a strike. And it's 0-1. Marlins are not holding panic on at first. He's got a big lead. He's going to take second. To right. Pretty well hit. Stanton there. Got it. Ball game. What a wild ride in San Francisco to end the first half. The Marlins rally late, get a lead. Giants catch them. Extra innings. Ellis's dramatic homer. Stanton hits his second. Ball's in the sun. And when it's all said and done,
it's okay.
Marlins Live is coming up. 10-8 Marlins. A.J. Ellis will join us. Marlins Live is coming up.